Good morning, everyone. We are going to start in next 5 minutes, requesting all of you to be please seated.
Of the spiral notebook and also let them know about the QR code so they can use it. Yeah. No, announce it is not so that everyone can see.
Yeah, I already announced. Okay, let me do it once again.
How many
Sir,
have-
we have the name
we
cards
have a
on the
name for you.
first rows.
I'll find them.
Good morning, everyone. We are soon starting the event. Would like to make some announcements. The first row of round tables is reserved for our investors. We have name cards on the tables. Please be seated on your chairs. This is for everyone. We have placed these QR codes on your tables. You can simply scan them to share your feedback, comments, or response, anything that you want to share. All good. Good morning, everyone. I am Kavita Sharma. I lead the Land Accelerator South Asia at WRI India. It's our pleasure to welcome all of you to this in-person demo day. Better? Okay, doing it again. Good morning, everyone. I am Kavita Sharma. I lead the Land Accelerator South Asia at WRI India. We are delighted to have all of you with us in our first in-person demo day for the Land Accelerator South Asia. We are doing it after 2 years under the pandemic. I'm glad to share with all of you that in 2020, we launched the program with 15 entrepreneurs across South Asia. And this year, we have grown threefold with a community of 120 restoration entrepreneurs with us. I believe this in-person demo day that involves the pitching from our 34 companies from the last 3 cohorts would enable them to get good feedback from the investment community, and they will be able to explore connects and networks for sharing more about their business models with all of you present over here. I again welcome all of you to this event and would like to announce the name of the esteemed investors who are with us here today. It's our pleasure to welcome Mr. Anuj Sharma from Alcisar Impact, Mr. Shivashankar from Ankur Capital Fund, Mr. Ankur Mehta from Upaya Social Ventures, Maithili from Wilgrow Innovations Foundation, Mr. Amit Anthony Alex from Dovetail Impact Foundation, Mr. Emmanuel Murray from Caspian Impact Investment, Mr. Siddharth Bhardwaj from Social Alpha. In the virtual mode, we have with us Maya Chandrasekharan from Green Artha Foundation, Aparna Saxena from Rich Impact, Riddhi Vora from Avana Capital. Kindly excuse me if I have left out any names who are present in person over here. Do we have Mr. Himanshu from Thea Ventures also here? I think he's going to join us soon. We again extend you a warm welcome from WRI India and the Land Accelerator team. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ruchika Singh, Director, Sustainable Landscapes and Restoration Team, WRI India, for her welcome remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome. We are really delighted to have you all here today for an in-person, actually, the demo days or the impact days that we call for Land Accelerator South Asia. As Kavita was saying, I mean, we've been doing it for the last 3 years. Some of the investors that are here have been part of the demo days in the last 2 years. Some online, we also have some new faces here, and I think it's just a absolute delight. And I know last 2 days here, the energy in the room has been quite exciting, where all the businesses have been really trying to kind of connect with each other, see how the larger ecosystem around restoration sort of builds. So essentially, we are very sort of excited about the event today. To talk a little bit more about the work that we do at Sustainable Landscapes and Restoration Program of World Resources Institute India here. Our larger focus is on how do we inform India's transition towards sustainable food and land use systems. So we have a focus on looking at how can we sort of enable, strengthen different nature-based solutions like landscape restoration, sustainable regenerative agriculture based on best available data. What sort of governance modalities, etc., may be needed so that we really can sort of create and spark a restoration economy in the Indian context. And community-led restoration, I mean, the work that the businesses here are doing is really key to a successful restoration. And their investment in ecological restoration is essentially key, which is leading to a lot of capital, capacity, resources, increase in livelihoods, etc. And how do we strengthen this ecosystem is essentially one of the pieces of work as part of the Land Accelerator South Asia we're looking at. We're quite sort of, in our, partner Sangam Ventures is also here. I'm quite sort of excited with Karthik and the journey that we've had together. Karthik will come in a bit and talk a little bit more about it. But overall, I think we'll talk a little bit more. Today is the day for the businesses and for them to be connected to you. So I'll just stop with a very warm welcome and hope to connect with all of you in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchika. Now I would like to invite Karthik from Sangam Ventures for sharing his welcome remarks.
Hello, everyone. I see a lot of familiar faces in the front, and so it's a pleasant change to see more front seaters as opposed to the last 2 days. And thank you so much for being here. I think our work with WRI has been a journey to understand pathways for supporting land restoration entrepreneurs, and the entrepreneurs that are presenting here today actually from not just the current cohort, but from the past cohorts as well. So you can kind of get a sense of the type of companies, the type of entrepreneurs, the different regions, the different communities that they represent, and the opportunity we have across India to actually kind of work towards building a country which lives in more harmony with nature, potentially also pathways where we can create amazing, big businesses that support the focus around biodiversity, the focus around sequestering carbon through agroforestry, and hopefully kind of building a country and a planet that we are proud to be in, right? So thank you so much for being here. Please ask hard questions of these entrepreneurs, and then please do chase them down to potentially explore investments with them. And we would love to work with you on that. And again, welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Karthik. And now just some pointers around the pitching. So we have 15 companies with us who are going to pitch before the lunch. We have a tea break in between. The participants will be pitching for 3 minutes, followed by a 5 minutes Q&A. And we have a timer over there. So as soon as the pitches are ending, we'll open for the Q&A, and we have 5 minutes for it. And then the next pitching will begin. So we have 15 companies with us, and the 6 are going to present before tea break at 11:30. So let's start quickly. I would like to invite Amashu, representing Thapasu Foods LLP, for sharing her pitch and also displaying her sample products.
Just a few more logistics. I'm the logistics person. Hi, I'm Amanda. Everybody here has a QR code in front of them. So especially the investors, if you have questions for the entrepreneurs that you want to be recorded, you just go on your phone and go on that QR code. It takes you to a Google form where you can throw in the questions, and you can also say if you're interested in following up with that entrepreneur or not with a click of a button, yes or no. You can just kind of keep that open on your phone the entire time and write something down that, you might really want to get to the entrepreneur. If you're really like, yeah, I want to talk to them, that will record that answer. That's also available to all the entrepreneurs as well here who might want to leave feedback for their colleagues. And again, wanted to point out in this lovely brochure, you will find an agenda of who's pitching in the order, and you'll also find this what is this, spiral bound that has a lot of stats and things as well. So if you're a visual learner, these things are for you. Thank you. Amshu, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My slide. Yeah. Should I start? Good morning, everyone. In summers of 2016, my travel to Spiti Valley introduced me to a wide array of extremely nutritious indigenous produces going lost in time due to no market access, and were uprooted from the farm fleets because it felt no economic value for the farmers. They resorted to cash crops, for monetary returns, introducing chemicals and degrading the Himalayan landscapes. Meanwhile, the industry faced a deficit fill to demand and quality gap from the harvesters. A framework was designed through institutional partnerships and collaborations to create a strong supply and value chain for these producers through adopting sustainable agriculture practices, technology transfers, and rural entrepreneurship development sessions. Tapasu's model has been implemented in 5 communities, restoring 43 hectares of farmlands, serving 500 customers in Tier 1 cities. By 2026, we aim to capture a $32 million health and wellness market in the Tier 1 cities through a planned B2C marketing model. 72% of our sales revenue is generated through volumes movement to businesses, with our home brand introduction in the retail space in 2021. With the overall profit margin of 40%, 15% is reserved for community development activities. With the rise of D2C brands post-COVID, there has been a 5% increase in competition for us, which however remains a sellable opportunity for the communities that we work with. Ever since the ideation in 2016 with the 2 girls of Kibber village, we worked with 1 farmer in Kullu Valley to reaching 45 farmers, 2 FPOs. Ever since Tapasu's inception in 2017, we've grown 3-folds. From the first produce to 6 array of producers to reaching 1.2 tons of harvest and 2 government granted pilots projects in Himachal and Karnataka. Tapasu has been able to impact lives of 122 tribal farmers, improving their earnings by 32% directly and 40% indirectly. In 2021, our community planted 4,000 plus trees, and Tapasu hopes to expand this to 500 hectares of marginal forest lands and 100,000 sea buckthorn plantations by 2026. In order to do the same, we are putting forth an ask of $500,000 with a $50,000 of sea buckthorn plantation grant. Our primary focus will remain in introduction of processing centers, increasing production through cultivation, and adding more communities to the pool. Myself, Amshu, I'm the founder of Tapasu Foods. I come from marketing and anthropology background with a team of 10 more members coming from legal, marketing, and sales background. We would like to add value to the planet in a positive way. Thank you for letting me present. I'm happy to take any questions further.
Thank you, Amshu. And now I ask the investors community to please ask their questions.
Sorry, you mentioned that primarily till now, most of the sales were going B2B, to 70% to going to the industrial segment. So as you're looking now to get into the processing, how does that tie in with where the demand is light from them? And what's the extent of demand you already have for the same customer set?
Sure. So very specifically, we work with sea buckthorn as our core product. And for sea buckthorn, the market demand that we've seen, we have about 9 industry players that exist in sea buckthorn processing segment, including food processors and pharmaceutical companies and cosmetic industries. And every single industry has a requirement of about 1,200 metric tons of sea buckthorn that they require. And in India, the entire production of sea buckthorn is about 200 metric tons. So we have a huge deficit that is there that needs to be filled on the demand side. So that is what we're trying to improve. So one village that we work with today, it has a capacity of 1.5 metric tons of yearly harvest, which can be improved up to 5 tons, which we have realized. So this is the numbers for in terms of supply and demand.
Thank you, Shiv Shankar, for that question. And do we have more questions for Amshu?
So wanted to understand your choice of Himachal and Karnataka.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we majorly work in restoration projects, in Himachal Pradesh, it's a 6-month of cultivation window that the farmers have, and 6 months goes into incubation time where they don't do much of agriculture. So that 6 months is what we devote for understanding grievances and setting up new models and talking to our farmers and getting feedbacks from them. But at the same time, we are also looking at replicating our Sibakton model in southern part of the country, where we are working with sugarcane cultivators and reviving the traditional jaggery mills that exist in Karnataka, specifically in Mandya district, where we are based out of. So our head office is registered out of Mandya district and our operating office is out of Manali in Himachal Pradesh. That's how it's distributed.
Thank you, Anuj, for this question. We still have 2 minutes. We can go for one more question.
Nothing really, just wanting to get some funds and we can easily convert it. We've already taken a look into it. I mean, it's easier institution for us. LLP, when we registered as a startup, we were, the company started off as grant program from IIM Bangalore and IIT Mandi and CSIR. So for all of that, we thought LLP was a better institution to start a startup with as a for-profit model. And whenever there was investments that would come in, and if there was a requirement for converting it from LLP to a private limited, we were always open to look into it.
Thanks, Mr. Azhar, for that question. We still have 1 minute, 30 seconds.
So just quick clarification from my side before that. The revenue you had in the notes was 1.8 lakh last year. Is that through
Yes.
the 1.2
Yes,
usage?
we started our sales only in November of 2021. This is during the COVID times. And we were trying to fit our products because it was a first mover product. We were trying to fit it into multiple market segments. And we realized that restaurants and chef industry was where we could plug in these producers. And we saw they were also being the first adopters and, wanted to talk about this produce. And at the same time, that was the first revenue stream that we generated. So now we are looking into Horeca industry. We've also moved into retail now. We are on e-marketplaces, certain local Himachali retail spaces as well. So we are expanding and we are trying to broaden into tier 1 cities also now.
Thanks, Amshu, and thanks, Shiva, for this closing question. We are happy to answer further questions over email. Please share your response through the QR codes that are on your tables. Next, we have with us Hardik from Harrison's Venture Private Limited.
Hardly works. Amshu, do you have any tips for the projector pointer? Point it towards which screen? Do we get it? All right, so for the next people, where are we pointing it? Can you tell us where you pointed that so that no one else has the problem? Where are you pointing it? Like just over there?
Yeah, towards
okay.
Hari.
Point it over there. Okay, guys, cool.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Hardik. I am from Gujarat. So I'm the founder of Honeyweda. So honeybees, we understand that it is the most important living being on earth. Apparently humans are not. So, but the magnitude of the impact are not understood by everyone. and bees are dying due to some interventions, human interventions, and climate issues. And so what happening is that along with that, the farmers are losing their yield because the pollination is not possible because the loss of bees. And the bee products like honey, 77 more than 77% of brands available in India, according to a survey, are actually adulterated honey. Yeah, I'm sorry for this, just catching it up. So as a beekeeper, I spent 6 years understanding bees and beekeeping, and all we did is to create a systematic approach towards the way beekeeping is happening. And that translates the pollination benefit to farmers. So this is a win-win situation. These are products. The products are monofloral products, which are available in different sizes. We also provide it in the corporate gifting way. Yeah, sorry. Hari, can you just sit there and change it for me? Yeah, next, please. All right. So the uniqueness about our product is that they are nectar based. So we have not added any flavor to it. If there is a ajwain honey, so it comes from the nectar of ajwain flower. And that gives an opportunity that we can target consumer based on their taste and preferences and usage. So if anyone wants to use honey as a medicinal purpose, they can select eucalyptus or ajwain honey. And if anyone wants to just focus on a healthy sweetener for sugar, they can select eucalyptus or coriander or fennel honey. And the sugar substitute market is very huge. I mean, other than the honey that we speak about. Next slide, please. And some of our honeys are getting crystallized, and India people do not adapt it, thinking that it is wrong honey. So we took a solution for it, and we converted that crystallized honey into a powder form. It is in a prototype stage, and we are planning to launch a sugar sachet that you can find near this kiosk like that, and come up with the powdered honey. Next, please. The India has exported more than 1200 CR value of honey last financial years, and we can see on a consumer level, people are shifting from non-branded to branded honey nowadays, and it has a huge prospects in coming period. Next, please. Currently, we are majorly in B2B segment. Last year, we supplied more than 39,000 kgs of honey. But we, as you can see, we have a D2C product also. But currently, we are largely surviving on B2B segment. Next, please. So by now, due to our beekeeping activity, we help pollinated more than 7,000 acres of land. Currently, we are breeding and conserving more than 20 millions of bees under our activity. We are present in 6 Indian states, and that helps farmers earn more than 30% of yield. Next, please. And you can see our sales are growing, and we are projecting next financial year to cross $6 lakhs of sales. Last year, we crossed 62,000. By end of this September in this financial year, we crossed 53 lakh INR already. Next, please. So our target is to just focus on the quality and place our Honey Veda product into the market where people expect completely cruelty-free and quality products. Next, please. We have 12 people in our team, and I spent 6 years in learning beekeeping. I already have 9 years of corporate experience, and 90% of our team members are having more than 6 years of experience. Next, please. We are already validated and giving training to tribals and farmers. Next. We are already recognized by NDDB and KVIC. Next slide, please. Next. And we have support, and we received grants from RKVY Raftar program. And we are very thankful that many established organizations and incubators are helping us. Next, please. So our ask is 75 lakh INR or 93,000 USD. And we are planning to focus on capacity building as of now. and other parts will go in developing the technology, because we need to manage bees in a very organized way. That is why the system development is very required. Next, please. All right. Thank you, everyone. Now I am open for the questions.
Thank you, Hardik. And now it is time for the questions.
Yeah, Hardik, thank you for your presentation. Can you talk a little more about your engagement with the farmers? What's the cost for them working with you in terms of the equipment, things like that?
All right. So earlier, due to some social stigma and lack of knowledge, farmers were not adopting beekeeping directly. And to ensure the quality of our produce, we had to get into beekeeping in an earlier stage. So for 2 seasons, 2 years, we actually went and do beekeeping by ourselves, so that we can demonstrate to farmers that this is how things are happening, and this can actually give you yield, better yield, and honey as a additional livelihood also. So now, after this much of time, now they are asking us questions that what is the economics of buying bees, handling them, where will we keep our bees in other seasons when there are no flowers on our farms. So we created this bee ecosystem where we are coming up with the solution technology, also procurement support, because we already have a B2B orders in place. So this is how we are dealing with them. And we are now connecting with the government in creating an FPC. So whoever is interested in beekeeping or keeping bees on their farm, we are helping them join the FPC and pass on the benefit from government to them. And then we help them forward linkage they produce.
Thank you, Amit, for this question. And we can have one more question.
Hi, Hardik. Himanshu this side from, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Himanshu this side from Thea Ventures. So 2 quick questions. First is the nectar-based approach, which is your core USP. Is it impacting the shelf life of the end product? And the second one is in the FY24, you are projecting a 5 times of a sales revenue. So what are the key drivers of growth for this revenue?
Okay, so to answer to your first question, no. As long as your honey is matured or harvested at a ripened stage, it doesn't matter which nectar it came from. So no difference there. To your second question, what was the second question? Okay, so in last financial year, out of these years of activity, we actually traced some of the export houses who are actually in look for a larger quantity of honeys, and that has been traced last year only. So now in just 3 months, we actually started our huge quantity B2B. So that will replicate in our coming period now.
Himanshu, we have 2 more questions from Maithili and Maya, going alphabetically. Maithili comes first.
Just this one. I think mic number 1 isn't working.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I think one of the points was that 7,000 acres of pollination were done with the bees that you all are currently working with. So in terms of revenue streams, are you looking only at the sale of honey, or is it also putting out the bees for pollination? Because that can also be another revenue stream. So
just like SaaS, we came across a concept like PaaS. So that is pollination as a service.
Exactly.
So,
No, but that's really a thing. That's what they do
Yes.
for like almond estates in California and other places, right? They monetize
exactly
the
in
bees.
almond orchids, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah.
So I heard about pollination as a services while I doing learning and all. Frankly speaking, we did not go directly for that service, but that actually came to us. So when we do beekeeping on ground, now farmers are asking us that, hey, if I ask you few number of colonies during my flowering season, what it would cost us. So this is how we gradually developed, and then we realized, okay, fine, in some parts of Indian states, it's already going on. So we are learning, establishing, doing, setting up the processes for that. We already did that in Nakhatrana area of Kutch, also the Bidda and Mundra area of Kutch part for pomegranate and for mustard. So honey is something that we are very confident now. We have established supply and we are scaling up on that. But other things are natural for us. I mean, we have to get to the pollination as a service. We also have to get into the byproducts like beeswax. We already have a lip balm as a trial. So this is all we are trying now. Yes.
Thanks, Maithili. And if you need to learn more about Hardik, we'll connect over email. Next, we have a question from Maya, who is joining us virtually. Maya, would you be able to unmute yourself and ask the question?
Yeah, so Hardik, thanks so much for that. I think my question was, and it's great to hear that you have all of these additional product streams that you are evolving. Just in terms of the money market, how are you seeing yourselves being differentiated? Because there are several players right now who are all addressing both the
Ma'am,
B2B and B2C.
Ma'am, I'm really sorry. Actually, we could not hear you clearly.
Maya, could you please be a bit louder?
Is this better?
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I think.
So how I am planning to differentiate myself? That's your question.
Yes.
Okay. So
Thanks.
actually, the answer would be on a B2B and a B2C both level. On a B2C level, as we mentioned that we are trying to educate people that what is the difference of nectar based honey. So when I ask any individual commonly that how you are using honey, some would say I just use it in my green tea because I don't want to use sugar. And some would say, okay, hey, I have a cold issues and I'm using it for because my Ayurveda doctor has recommended. So we understand there are different categories. So we need to please place our products according to the usage of the consumer. So now you want honey just for medicinal purpose, then we have a solution. You want to use honey just for a sweetener purpose, we also have that solution. So this is how we want to differentiate ourselves. Also that our system is in place, our apiary management is established. That's why we are very confident saying that our products are cruelty free, because that we believe is very important. Not necessarily we need to kill bees for getting these products. So, and on a B2B level, we are focusing on developing technology like apiary management. We are already in talks of joining more than 200 farmers in one of the FPC of our contact. And because even in B2B level, the people who or the clients who required honey are looking for consistent quality. As far as exports are concerned, consistency is very important. So even for us, adding more tribals and farmers to maintain the quality of it, we need to develop a technology so that even at the B2B level, we can ensure the quality of it.
Thanks, Maya, for the question. Happy to connect Hardik with you over email.
Okay.
Sorry, we are running out of time. Requesting you to share your response over the QR code.
Sir, I will directly connect with you. Thank you very much,
Next,
everyone.
we have with us Leela, representing GFV Farm Products and Services Private Limited. Leela, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Leela, along with Sudhir. Co-founded GFE Farm Products and Services. Thank you, sorry. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Myself, Leela, along with Sudhir, co-founded GFE Farm Products and Services in 2018. We are based out of Chennai. Would be happy to share a story of Good Food Village Community Farm. Since 2016, we were promoting natural farming through agro-tourism. So lots of our Chennai friends and club members used to visit our farm and enjoy the nutritious produce along with the farmer community in the midst of nature. In early 2018, we floated the idea of owning farm assets as a community for organic food production and was well received by 5 friends. Then we started a Good Food Village community in Ongur. We are solving the problem at the farmer level and urban citizen level. We create community food forests. Food forest is a profitable farm model where more than 2,000 fruit trees, food plants, and herbs are planted with an annual income potential of 1.5 to 5 lakhs per acre. Our objective is to provide additional sustainable income to farmers. We engage our consumers in the food production and provide access to traceability of the produce. By 2032, we aim to cover 3,000 acres of food forests in South India. Community farms is a major revenue contributor through farm development and maintenance charges. We also charge 15% of the product commission. In turnkey food forests, farm consultancy fee per acre is a revenue. In CSA, we collect training fee and 20% of the harvest share as a revenue. And we have just piloted a farmers hub. We are unique in providing farming as a service and community farm as an asset, and productive use of barren land to food forests through natural farming. Our growth story is, in July 2019, we received a first angel fund. In 2022, we received a couple of international recognitions from World Economic Forum and WRI. In September 2022, we scaled our community farm to 45 acres and set up a first farmers market. Till now, our revenue is 1.15 crore. Over the next 5 years, we target a revenue of 23.5 crores with a PAT of 4.25 crores. We have set targets for SDG goals. Our ask is 1.5 million USD, that is 12 crore Indian rupees. Seek a grant of 0.5 million to support 2,500 farmer community and 1 million to expand a community farm to 150 acres and product development.
Thank you, Leela. And now we are open for the questions. Do we have any questions for Leela?
Farm-based economy is the future, and we request investors and your valuable support in creating a significant impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Leela. I think we don't have any questions. We can go to the next. Next, we have with us Rohit, representing Lakarwala Private Limited.
Hi, I'm from Yamnagar. Yamnagar is known for its Asia's biggest timber market, but here's the farmers still struggling to get the better returns. For such farmers, Lakarwala is an AI-based platform that can provide tree valuation in just 1 minute and a marketplace for selling and buying of woodlogs. So problems in India timber supply chain. This sector is highly unorganized and fragmented. The farmers are unable to know the tree market valuations. They have to depend on the local thekedars for any offers. The number of middlemen and cartelations are huge. There is a quality dispute as there is no objective standards. And moreover, the most farmers are unable to find the buyers. So what we are proposing, we have developed an app which can provide the market valuation of a tree just using the circumference of the tree. With this valuation, either the farmer can go to the local thekedars and negotiate with them. And if he's not getting that value, he can come to our e-marketplace and we will provide them with that value. We're also developing an app which can generate the quality report just by using the picture of woodlogs. So here's the real-time story where the Arvind is a tree farmer who is happy to sell his woodlogs or the tree at 8 lakhs to the local thekedars, but he came to know that his tree crop values around 18 lakhs. He negotiated well with the local thekedars, and within 1 week, he able to get the 50 lakh of that value. So value proposition, we are bringing transparency and trust and efficiency in the market. We are the only company in India which providing the timber values in the public domain. The farmers are getting tree valuations, better returns. We have a community of tree farmers, and we are also tracking the growth of the for the tree. For the buyers, they are getting the assured quality and supply. So market potential is $591 billion worldwide, but in India, we are focusing on the specifically plywood segment, which is $1.4 billion. So our revenue stream for the e-marketplace, we are charging 2% of the commission. For the contract supply, we are charging at least 10% margin. Go-to-market strategy, we are mostly relying on our YouTube channels and WhatsApp marketing. So our competitor, we have there's a presence of online presence of India Mart. We just provide a handshake between the buyer and seller, and other we have a unique product like tree valuation and the market price trends. So journey so far, we found this company an year back. We are incubated in Pusak Rishi and Avik Hisar, and currently we have a GMV of 1.1 crore, and our tree calculator has been used 75,000 times. So projections in the end of this year, we are expecting a revenue of 15 lakhs, and we are expecting a revenue of 7.5 crore by the end of 2025. Our impact, we are almost able to double the farmers' income in most of the cases, and 5,000 farmers have been benefited. 3,000 tons of CO2 has been stored. So our team, I'm the CEO of this company. I'm a BTech from IT Guwahati, taking care of the technical aspect of this company. Pankaj Goyal, he heads the business development, and Romesh Khadar is the advisor of this company. So our ask is 80 lakh rupees for the 10% equity. We are mainly spending on the OPEX part, like team hiring and the salary. Thank you.
Thanks, Rohit. Now we are open for the questions. Yes, please.
Hi, just wanted to understand your current revenues at about 3.6 lakh. Is it so? And you had like a projection, which kind of,
Right.
can you just take us through how you see that coming along?
Sorry, how?
Your projection, if you can just go back to your projection slide. Yeah, so you have like a 2023, like, can you just take us through how you see that scale coming along from like the 3.6 lakhs right now to about maybe over the next 3 years, you're looking at about 7.5 crore revenue.
In Yamuna, Haryana, around 1,000 trucks of woodlogs come every day. We are just providing, right now we are providing 6 to 7 trucks, means monthly trucks. So there is a huge potential. So we are basically building our supply chain, mainly focusing on the UP East and Bihar. It's you can see that all the woodlogs from the Bihar and UP are coming in Yamunanagar in most of the cases. So in that sense, we are able to capture that segment. If you see the percentage, if there's 1,000 trucks are coming every day in Yamunanagar, we are in that respect, we able to catch that well. So it's a market of around, you can say 5 to 6,000 market, 5,000 crore of market in Yamunanagar itself in a small area of 30 kilometers.
And you're currently at about 5,000 app users is what you said.
Sorry?
You're currently at about 5,000 app users is what you said.
We have 5,000 app users right now. We are not actually scaling up because when the farmers come to us, he expect we should help them to sell. So currently we don't have a tree harvesting facility. We need to hire the people who can cut the trees, and mostly in the UP East and Bihar area. So this is the bottleneck right now we are having.
Thanks. Next, I can see Maya has her hand raised. Maya, would you like to ask the question?
Yeah, thanks, Rohit. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I think we have some network problem. We are unable to hear you. Would you be able to text your question in the chat box?
Sure.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. My question is really about kind of drawing those connections better between the app and the reduction that was called out on the impact slide of deforestation and illegal tree cutting. So I wanted to understand that flow a little bit better.
So we are specifically focusing on the popular eucalyptus tree, which is an agriculture crop in India. If you can see in India, in Haryana specifically, the farmers are growing trees around the periphery of their land. Is growing trees at the periphery of their land, and this is the scheme of the government of India, are made per paid. Means every farmer should plant trees around the periphery, which is currently not being used. So we with this work, we can reduce the workload on the forest. So in that sense, we are reducing deforestation.
Rohit, I believe you should be able to answer Maya more precisely if needed over email.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Maya, for this question. We still have 1 more minute. We can go for a question.
So Rohit, just wanted to add, would love to understand how you guys are looking at the margins and how that compares now and what you'd want to be at in 4 or 5 years down the line. What can you do to actually expand the margin that you are getting from the value of the produce?
Sorry, can you
right now, I think you said of the GMV that you guys are trading, you're roughly getting about 3 or 4% from what I remember from that slide.
Yes.
And how are you seeing that change and increasing over the years going forward?
Yes, definitely. Because here, if you see, the competition in Yamnagar is huge. Now the factories are shifting to other locations like UP East and Bihar. So they will going to have a huge supply chain problem. Like there is a factory in Jharkhand, is a huge factory. We get contacted with them, and they tell us that there's a huge supply chain. We will manage the supply chain for them. So that's why there is another segment like contract supply where we are charging 10% of the margin. In earlier days, like to 6 to 7 months, we are just focusing 2% through our e-marketplace. Then last 6 months, we shifted our focus towards the contract supply because it's more profitable and it will going to increase as the whole industry in Yamnagar is going to shift to other places. So see, the key problem in timber supply chain is where is the farmer, where is the wood, and where is the factory. This whole thing is very fragmented, and if you're able to connect that dots, then there's a margin.
Thanks, Shiva, for this question.
It's an information game, right?
Thanks, Rohit. Next, we have with us Kanchan representing Himalaya Naturals Private Limited.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Kanchan. I'm co-founder of Himalaya Natural Private Limited, representing our brand iAura. And we're working on a mission to provide preventive health solution from Himalayas with the help of Asian wellness techniques with modern science. So the problem we're addressing is modern health issues everyone facing, like diabetes, high cholesterol, stress, hypertension. And other problem that we are solving is barren lands, which are like a biggest challenges in hill areas and migration in our region. So why these two problems? Because I am myself comes from a family of farmers in Uttarakhand. I've seen our own farms turning into barren lands, and I've seen our villages turning into ghost villages. So we have picked these two as our mission. If I talk about opportunity in the market size of wellness industry, so globally it's more than 4.5 trillion US dollar. In India itself is more than 6 billion US dollars. So our business model, very simple. What we do, we are growing our 70% of raw materials with the Association of Farmers. We have tie-ups with institutes who are providing us technology and raw materials. We're specifically focusing on aromatic and medicinal plants. For example, like we grow plants like rosemary, chamomile, lavender, and hemp. Then we process them in products like herbal tea, herbal cosmetic, and essential oils. Then we sell it in online marketplaces and Shopify. There are a few samples of our product. If you want to try, you can have a look. We are also coming up with a manufacturing setup in high altitude in Almora district. We have already set up a first distillation unit in Almora in Uttarakhand. We also got a project approved under Invest Uttarakhand scheme by Director of Industries, Government of Uttarakhand, where we'll soon starting building our own factory in Almora. Our journey so far, after research of 2 years, we incorporated company last year in late October. So far, we have onboarded more than 200 farmers and generated revenue of 5,000 US dollars, which is 4 lakhs. And we have also revived a land of 10 hectares in Uttarakhand. Our target, in next year, we're targeting to onboard 20,000 farmers and restore a land of more than 100 hectares. Recognitions we have received, like we are one of the finest in the Land Accelerator cohort. We raise a seed fund under government startup fund scheme. We are also right now incubated at IIM Kashipur. We have partnership with startup Uttarakhand startup, and we also Center of Industrial Aromatic Plant. We are part of Aroma Mission of Government of India. Social impact: we have trained more than 200 women farmers, and we have given them opportunity to cultivate aromatic medicinal plant and generate a sustainable livelihood for them. We planted last year more than 50,000 aromatic plants and more than 5,000 trees. And the purpose, because the tree are like Amla tree, Rita, and Bhimal, which we are going to use as a raw material production of herbal cosmetic. And we are also working on restoration land. In this pic, you can see our co-founder, Bhupendra, is working on ground with farmers and helping them cultivate aromatic and medicinal plants. Our ask is 120,000 US dollar, 1 CR, for the equity of 10%. We are going to majorly use these funds in sales and marketing and research and development and hiring more people in the team. Our founding team member, our CEO is Dr. Kavita Negi. She has more than 10 years research experience in medicinal plants. She worked with Ministry of Ayush. Bhupendra Adhikari, he worked with one of the largest market research company for 10 years. And myself, I'm a serial entrepreneur. This is my second startup. And I'm taking care of sales and marketing here. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Kanchan. You are already 1 minute over time. Now we are open for the questions.
Hi, Kanchan. Kanchan, one quick question that how are you looking at a go-to-market strategy and the development of the distribution channel for these products?
Right. So we started with D2C business model where we are only selling through online marketplaces, but now we recently started into retail, into general trade and modern trade. So we have already in discussion with various malls, showroom in tier 1, tier 2 cities. Yeah. So like we are reaching out to companies like Big Bazaar, Reliance, and all that. Yeah. Yes.
Wanted to understand this. You're saying like you planted so many trees and other.
Yes.
So it's your expenses or like it's like some other way you collaborated and did it?
Sorry, I didn't.
You're saying you planted 50,000 aromatic plants
yes,
and also like 5,000 trees.
Yes.
So is it like your initiative or it's a community initiative?
It's basically we reached out to CMAP, Center of Aromatic and Medicinal Plant. So we took this initiative and we form a cluster of farmers. Like I said, there are 200 farmers. So then we reached out to them and we got planting material and techniques. Yeah. Yes, like one of our co-founders has moved from Delhi and he's there on the full time. Yeah, we are actually all from Almora. Yeah. So like I said, we are from a farming community. So our parents, like they were farmers. So, yeah.
Thanks, Anuj. We still have 2 more minutes and we can accommodate one more question.
What is the kind of income increase the farmers have seen?
So earlier they were only relying on like pulses, but now with the aromatic plants, the growth is almost more than 40% income. Yes.
Thanks, Ankur, for this question. Do we have any more questions for Kanchan? Thanks,
Okay.
Kanchan.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have with us Prasanna from Vena Farmers Producer Company Limited.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Prasanna. I'm representing Vena Farmer Producer Company. We are into bamboo and we are into circular economy of bamboo. We call it bamboo economics. This is our business model. We have forwardly integrated and backwardly integrated into the complete business model. We have set up nursery. We have a plantation on our members field. We are also setting up a tourism project, agro-tourism, because bamboo gives more oxygen, so it is developed as an oxygen park. We are into harvesting. We want to do the sale of harvested bamboo, treated or untreated, and we are going to put up one post-harvesting model also. These are some of the photographs of the bamboo nursery, which is in operation. This is our plantation. We have done around 85,000 sustainable bamboo plantation, which is 100% drip irrigated and fenced. This is our tourism project, small project we are developing for education of farmers, because the story of bamboo began in 2017-18, when the bamboo is reclassified as a grass. Now we have to educate the farmers to encourage them to plant the bamboo tree. Now, what is the problem statement? Sale of bamboo is basically done on as per the length and diameter. So during this process of sorting and sizing, lot of bamboo is wasted and has a zero value. So we want to find a value into that waste. So we will be selling the bamboo poles, and after that the waste which is created will be converted into biochar and bio oil through the pyrolysis process. We have samples kept over there. This is our project progress till date. We will be expecting a commercial production of 1 ton per day by March 2023. This is a complete process. It is a net zero project and as well as self-sustained electricity project. It basically gives a biochar, bio oil and gas electricity generator also. We will be producing 30 kilowatt of energy through this. These are some of the application. Majorly it is used in soil as a biochar or to increase the carbon value of the soil. This is our journey so far. 2023 we will be starting our commercial operations. We have already in place the ecotourism project and nursery project. This is a market size we have for activated carbon. These are some of our competitors, which are mainly into coconut and wood charcoal. Bamboo charcoal is something new, which has more advantages. So we'll be one of the few players in this field. Market, we have already found B2B marketing, dealer market, then application-based marketing. Basically into WTP and STP for water filtration. We are also setting up a bamboo e-marketplace for the bamboo pole sales. This is the impact of our project. We have 85,000 plantation is completed. Biochar trials are completed. The farmer members are planning to do the additional bamboo plantation either on boundary or to some dedicated field. And we are also educating the farmers. These are our sales projections. It will come in place in next year based on the harvesting what we have right now. Our bamboo is ready to harvest in next March 2023. This is our ask, 60 lakhs for working capital, additional equipments, R&D and marketing. This is a way forward. We'll be increasing the capacity of pyrolysis plant to 5 metric tons per day, and we will be expanding our nursery operations also. This is our team and many more behind us. We are a total 110 farmer members we have with us. Any questions, please?
Do we have any questions?
Great initiative, especially in that area.
Thank you.
So one quick thing, like it's a farmer producer organization. So my understanding is you are looking for debt, right?
Right now, what we have done is farmer producer organization will supply us the bamboo poles.
Yeah.
And we will do it in a private limited company.
Okay.
We have a private limited company, which is Vena Bioscience Limited. We'll be doing the debt activities or funding activities in that company. We'll be setting up a waste project in that company.
Okay, got it.
It's a platform basically.
Thanks, Anuj. Still have 3 more minutes.
What is the major product? Bamboo poles are used for what purpose?
Basically, I am from Nagpur. We have orange plantations nearby, around 20,000 hectares. Each orange plant required 12 bamboo poles for support, 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. So while we have a bamboo of around 20 feet, 15 feet, so we have to cut bamboo and supply it to them. So one is bamboo pole cell, and after that the waste, a biochar and bio oil. The samples are kept over there. We will be doing it for WTP, STP, as well as to increase the soil carbon in the carbon in the soil. It will be used in agriculture. It will require more patience for us. Right now, the trials are going on.
Would this use wastelands or?
Right now, it is on farmlands. It is on farmlands, but we have also doing a study on wastelands. Like we have a nearby power plant over there, wherein Niri, the institute in Nagpur, they have planted bamboo on an ash pond. Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Prasanna. Thank you, everyone. And before heading for our tea break, I would like to welcome Shalini from 3i Impact Partners, Nikita from Acumen, Himanshu from Thea Ventures, who have been able to join us meanwhile. Thank you, everyone. And now we are having a small tea break of 15 minutes, and we are connecting after the tea break for the remaining pitches.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Rahul from Akista. This is Durgeswar Lohkar. He's a smallholder farmer, a subsistence farmer from Assam. And like many others like him, he's not profitable. That's because he doesn't have access to high quality farming inputs, irrigation technology, proper market linkages, and is not resilient to climate change and erratic weather patterns that we are observing nowadays. But that's not the problem. The problem is there are 500 million smallholder farmers like Durgeswar in India. Now we are trying to address this problem through the Grown Farm Incubator farming services. So what is the Grown Farm Incubator? Under this scheme, we partner with marginal farmers to grow high value crops that are then sold at premium prices. We achieve this by providing guaranteed market access, renewable energy powered irrigation technology, high quality farming inputs, and an advanced payment scheme, which can also be called a wallet system, and of course, non-stop advisory and training. Our business model is in three different packages, depending on the risk sharing capability of the farmer. So the more the risk the farmer takes, the more profit share him or her can expect in return. Under this scheme, we also provide zero operating cost and zero emissions irrigation technology. It's mostly hydro-powered and solar-powered. The systems are developed in-house, designed and developed in-house. And the aim is at the end of the incubation period, the farmers will get ownership of the irrigation systems. These are some of our regenerative agricultural practices that we train the farmers in. Climate smart technology, try to introduce the traditional farmers to modern farming tools and techniques. Impact we've achieved so far, and this is just in the last 1 year, we've mitigated around 1,000 tons of CO2 emissions, restored around 40 acres of land, and this is divided between wasteland and farmland. 120 farmers have been benefited, and we've noticed up to 3 times increase in farmer incomes. And lastly, we've saved around 25,000 cubic liters of water. Listed below are the SDGs we are addressing and the impact that we can achieve in the next 5 years with the proper funding. This is again our cluster approach. Why we've decided to do this in a cluster system. It's easier to replicate and it's easier to scale up. A typical cluster is around 10 to 15 acres, has around 15 to 20 beneficiary farmers, and we aim to have at least 20 clusters in the next 1 to 2 years. And in 3 years' time, we plan to scale it up to 40 clusters. This is an example of a cluster in Assam. The farm size here is around 10 acres, and we have 15 beneficiary farmers. We deploy solar-powered irrigation technology, provide advisory and training through our training partners, and we grow crops like garlic and watermelon. Crop selection criteria is pretty simple. We go for profitability of crops, perishability, and also ease of agriculture. This is some of the market size that we are trying to address. In India alone, if you get it right, the total market is around $1.5 billion. Even a small chunk of it can lead to a large revenue. Our team, we have a young and motivated team, and we made sure to hire team members, field team members from the local community so that community interaction is stressed upon. What we are looking for is around $250,000 of investment. That's 2 crores. It will be split between working capital, irrigation, operating costs, and equipment costs. What can be achieved in the next 2 years? 20 clusters, anywhere between 800 to 1,000 farmers, and we can regenerate up to 500 acres of land. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Now would request the investor community to ask a few questions if they have.
1 year. 1 year. Our company has been operational for 3 years, but this is something that we started in the last 1 year.
How do you charge the farmer? What's your monetization model?
So we don't charge the farmers anything at the beginning. We partner with them. Like I said, we provide everything that's required for a smallholder farmer to have a commercial business. So we provide the land. In fact, we can even provide the land. We provide everything. We give him prepayment, him or her prepayments, advance payments on the harvest before the harvest comes out. And then when the harvest comes out, the net profit is shared with the farmer depending on the risk sharing that the farmer has done. So I can go back to the 3 packages. Yeah. So if you see in the first one, that's the premium package. This is for small and marginal farmers who have have land. So we provide everything, and we split the profit 40-60. And as we go on, and the idea is that farmers who start with the premium package go on to the standard package and then eventually to the graduate package. In the standard package, irrigation technology is owned by them, ownership is theirs. And finally, in the final graduate package, we are only providing market access, and the farmer gets a large chunk of the profits.
If there's a crop failure, how do you mitigate that risk?
So this is something that we encountered in our first cycle. There were massive floods in Assam earlier this year in May. As a company, we did not have crop insurance then, but our farmers were availing the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Bima Yojana. So they had some kind of relief from that. But going ahead in the clusters that are active now, we've gone for crop insurance. So at least part of our working capital will be. Yeah.
We still have 1 minute.
You said farmer income increase 8x?
3 times.
Okay, maybe. Over here it says.
So
8,
we've noticed, so
whatever, it's
we've
a very big
observed up to
number.
3
Yeah.
times increase, but done right, sky is the limit for the farmers.
If you could just maybe break that down, explain the economics,
So,
how is it coming to 3x?
So yeah, so when I say 3 times, I'm talking about the farmer that I had shared earlier, Durgeswar Kolita. So when he's Lohkor, so when he started, he was making around anywhere between 30 to 50,000 rupees from his own land. Right now, working with us, he's earning anywhere between 1.5 lakhs to 2 lakhs annually. No, crops we select. We are doing different crops. So traditionally, so what I said, 30 to 50,000 is on traditional crops like mustard and paddy, but we go for high value crops.
Thank you. Maya, you may.
Yeah, so how are you convincing the farmers
Can't
to
hear you,
switch to
ma'am.
more climate resilient crops or climate resilient practices?
Sorry, I only got the last part, ma'am.
How are you convincing the farmers to switch to more climate resilient crops or climate resilient practices from a land restoration perspective?
There's a lot of community interaction involved. So interaction with the farmers. We have our own agricultural team. We try to share with the farmers the advantages of switching from traditional crops to high profit crops, returns in terms of yield. So so far what we've noticed is when we interact with farming communities, they're open. They're open to suggestions that we bring around because we have experts and they explain to them exactly what are the returns. So we have had good response from farming communities so far, but we've been only working in the northeastern region, so Assam and Meghalaya, and yeah, so far good response.
Thank you, Maya. And thanks a lot, Rahul. So next, you would like Konkuvan Herbs Private Limited. Welcome.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Rupali, and at Konkuvan, we work with the objective of regenerating land and transforming lives. So the gap which we are focusing upon is with increased awareness and consumption of the herbal products among the consumers. There is a huge demand of herbal raw material by the industry manufacturers, and 80% of these industry faces raw material issue. On the other side, 15% of India's land is wasteland, and the areas where we are working in, the central Indian tribal areas, this percentage is much higher.
So to bridge the gap, we promote cultivation of medicinal and aromatic plants, the commercial cultivation of medicinal and aromatic plants, which are specific to these agroclimatic zones and which can be customized according to the farmer's need. And we promote and introduce improved cultivars, promote post-harvesting processing to ensure the quality standards of the industries. Now, how we do it is we collectivize farmer communities into medicinal plant-based clusters. We provide end-to-end support to these farmers, starting from seed input to package of practice, training on package of practice, and we buy back from at the farm gate, and then we process at our end to meet the industry requirements. Now, this is the whole pictorial process, starting from concept seeding meeting to awareness campaign and the process of cultivation to post-harvesting processing, and this is the ready produce of ashwagandha. Now, these are the products: Mukuna, ashwagandha, chamomile, moringa dry leaves, and dry ginger. We do have other product also, but these are the products we are dealing in bulk quantities. So with a 6 lakh metric ton of trade volume, annual trade volume, we see a huge opportunity in this market where natural cosmetic segment is increasing with the 8% CAGR, 18% for herbal drug market, and 20% for the dietary supplement market. So the story so far is we started with a small village in Jharkhand called Konkuva. On that, we gave this name Konkuvan. And we started with only 20 farmers. Until date, we have reached out to 3,000 farmers and 6 FPOs, and till date generated 2.2 CR of revenue. We are also expecting 6 CR of revenue by end of 22-23, and with a 3x growth every year in terms of revenue, farmers, and area of reach out, we are targeting 1% market share by 2024. So we are operating in Jharkhand, West Bengal, and Odisha, when 90% of our farmers are tribal and marginal farmers, and 80% of them are women farmers. And we are also promoting cultivation in wasteland and barren lands. So it is like income 100% incremental opportunities to the farmers, and which is also solving biodiversity and improving the soil health quality. So this is our team with rich experience in rural development, agriculture, and medicinal plant sector. We are looking to raise 1 crore of funding. We would be putting money for scaling up, for hiring new professionals so that they can reach out to the interior-most areas, for the working capital and machineries, and definitely for the research and development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now would like to request the investor community to ask if they have any questions.
Okay, can I ask? We have also interacted previously. What is your marketing thing? Like, are you into B2B or B2C, or and how do you want to increase it? Whatever you're doing, how are you planning to scale it up?
Yeah, sure. So we are completely a B2B company. So we are reaching out to the manufacturers, and also in future also, we are generating demand from these industry, herbal industry manufacturers. And we plan to produce in bulk quantities for them and meet their requirements, like on their specifications.
Danny.
Yeah, like last year we did contract with 1 company, and this year we're expecting 2-3 contracts with them.
What percentage of your total market goes to this contracted sales?
So like in this business, it is like it varies from 10 to 20% of margin, high volume, low margin, low volume, high margin, like this is it.
We still have 3 minutes.
I had one question. This focus on utilizing wastelands and other unused lands, right? How will this work with your scale plan? Because typically we've seen that then companies move to FPOs dealing with the produce, so on. So definitely, I think farmer income impact will be retained, but the wasteland soil erosion piece, just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Sure. So in the areas where we are working in, the average land holding is less than 2 acres. And in that also 50 decimal, like 1/4 of land is like wasteland. So even if we focus with a big number of farmers, it is very much possible. Yeah, because currently we are operating in 3 states and there is huge opportunity to reaching out to the farmers.
Oh, can I also ask another question? What is your USP? Like, what are you doing differently than your other people?
So one thing is we are doing it natural cultivation, we are doing it pesticide free, and also we provide the traceability thing to the the industries, which that is the biggest challenge for them, from where this is collected and the content they are looking for.
Actually, so if you are doing traceability and this natural cultivation, one of the other thing is like how you kind of maintain the kind of a on the ground trust with these farmers, because there's always a issue of like some kind of trust deficit with respect to B2B when you are doing with respect to the price and other things.
So the areas where we are currently operating, there are not much of people into that. So no traders into that. These are mostly new crops for them. So we go to them and we have a initial buyback with these farmers for like 1 to 3 years.
We still have time.
Yeah, that is in fact the challenge for us right now also. So in Jharkhand and West Bengal, we are operating directly operating with them. In Odisha, we are working with few of the organization and government, so that these FPOs are promoted by these organization and government. So the people support, like the team support, they are also providing us. So with them only it is easy to work, but we're looking to maintain the quality standards and everything at field. We need a good team over there. On a regular basis. Earlier, we used to take some money for the input cost, but right now, this year, we are providing the whole input thing to the farmers free of cost. And few organizations are like 10% of the farmer cost is coming from one organization. Otherwise, 90% of the cost is provided by us only. And then we are providing the whole training thing, starting from the cultivation part to the harvesting till harvesting. And then we process it our end. And in some places, we are putting different machine for processing also. No, it is offline on ground. We are only going there and physically giving all the trainings to the farmers.
Thank you. So that was Rupali from Konkuan Herbs. Thanks,
so much.
Rupali. So next we have Amlan from Boom Life Private Limited. Welcome.
Hello. Good day, everyone. So the need of the hour is a model of chemical-free agriculture. Conventional agriculture leads to global warming, high health hazards, land degradation. But switching to organic agriculture leads to yield loss. Compost manure cannot supply nutrients sufficient enough. Farmers also didn't have adequate solution for management of pests and diseases. So we went back to nature and isolated some of the most powerful strains of beneficial microbes and designed biofertilizer, biostimulants, biocontrol agents that can support uncompromised agricultural production. Bomb Biomix, our IP-protected biofertilizer, is fully capable of supplying balanced NPK diet to the plants. Our pilot shows that it can be a complete replacement for urea, DAP, MOP put together. We have designed end-to-end bioorganic solutions, so one can grow organic without depending on anything synthetic. All our products are certified organic inputs. Our yield, well, is equivalent or more than conventional, nearly double than natural. And thriving microbial activities in the soil results in enhancement of organic carbon, consistent fertility, and higher water retention. For farmers, it's lowering of production cost and higher price realization for the residue we produce. The environment gains the most with reduction of greenhouse gases emission and rejuvenation of the entire farm ecology. Toxin-free life, nutritious food is health and happiness for all. Our products shows unmatched efficacy as organic inputs, and farmer can make higher returns over conventional. Our cost is moderate and we are highly sustainable. Our total available market can be the entire farmland in India, and we look to capture about 100,000 hectares in next 4 years' time. And it's an opportune moment, but because there's a high demand and limited supply of residue we produce. Though farmers are our end users, we distribute through aggregators, exporters, FPOs, corporates, government agencies. By non-farm, I mean the golf courses, football pitches, like we have fixed the venue for FIFA Under-17 World Cup finals. After 7 years of product and protocol development, we got incorporated in 2020. In last 6 quarters, we have started working with Tata Tea, paid pilot with ITC, Indocount, TRIF, EY. We have so far restored about 400 hectares. This is our projection for the next 4 years. By 25-26, we target to capture a revenue of 200 CR. Monibrot is the lead scientist and inventor. He is taking care of manufacturing and R&D. Myself, Amlan, I'm responsible for implementation and brand development. And we have a few advisors to help us to the journey. Our USP, seamless migration from conventional to organic without any yield loss. We have secured Startup India seed fund and few other grants. We have been incubated at some very prominent institutions. Our ask, 2.5 CR, mainly for technology validation, promotion, team building, and working capital. Thank you. Health and happiness to you all.
Thank you, Amlan. And now we may open the Q&A session for our respected investors.
So Amlan, can you just talk us through what is
Okay, then I'll just go through my annex slides. It will be easier for me to explain. Okay, first let me show you this story. After the first match, the Salt Lake Stadium pitch was very bad. FIFA wanted to shift the venue. And we fixed it in record 18 days time. So what we could achieve, chemical fertilizers could not. Now, this is the results of our trials at amalgamated plantation. And you can see we have been able to increase the yield by 2% over conventional, and in tea, that means a lot. This is the results of the pilots under Social Alpha. Siddharth is very well aware of that. And you can see we have been able to increase the yield quite significantly. 33 quintal of Kala Namak per acre, in 1 acre. That's unbelievable, okay? And this is, we did started doing institutional validation. This is from Nari. You see that, 50% more yield in soybean over our natural farming and with standard organic farming. And we have been at par with sorghum and sunflower. They're also doing validation of sugarcane now. And we are doing validation of paddy with AgHub now. And we are actually applied for that BIRAC IKP Agri Challenge. Tomorrow is my presentation for further validations. And to answer more about your question, I should also go to the next slide. See, we provide package of practices like that for every crop. So it's not one single product that we are validating. We are validating our entire packages practices, starting from seed treatment, seedling treatment, then biofertilizer, biostimulant, and entire package of practices. Our main idea is to work on the soil ecosystem and the entire environment. And we believe in nature, nothing works in isolation. So we don't look at, plant nutrition and plant protection separately.
Okay, I have one question. So what makes you so confident from 0.47 lakh to 200 crore revenue in the next 4 or 5 years you mentioned?
See, the thing is, it's about striking the right partnerships. See, I mean, we first started with working directly with farmers, and thanks to Social Alpha, we got that chance to work like that. Then we realized it's always better to work with the people who are taking this produce forward. So after that, we started working with all the agri companies, and we are now getting attachment with other mentors. So, but like, you know, the breweries industry, I mean, we are targeting industries and where we can give the backend support. So that's why the scaling up is almost, it can be easily scaled 10 times every season. Like for tea, like if you penetrate into any garden, what you get is in hectares, like for 500 hectares. So that's how it will scale up. I mean, confidence in the sense, obviously, if we get a support from you people, and, you know, I mean, even in this cohort, I think there are quite a few of them, I mean, I like to work with. So that's the only thing. I mean, is that we wish this can be happen.
Okay.
Thanks, Maya. Maya, you have a question from your side?
Yeah, my question is, and I think this was answered, but I want to clarify. It sounds like the market approach is working with some of the kind of larger aggregators. But I wanted to check, what are the challenges around farmer adoption of a new brand or package of practices? Because that's typically an issue when anything new is presented to at least small holding farmers.
Yeah, I mean, there is a catch that it is still not a plug and play model. So wherever we are working, we need to have our technical consultants supporting them for the handholding and for at least a couple of seasons. Because first we need the existing data, like when the first disease, what kind of disease they have, what kind of pest and their timing, because, you know, biocontrols, these are all preventive. So once it actually happens, it's very difficult to control. So we have to develop, we actually give them protocols as per their existing data. So we cannot go to normal distribution network where the farmers will pick up and they will start using it. It might fail, and it will fail. So we are working with, wherever we're working, we try to give the handholding support to make sure that, you know, implementation is properly executed.
Thank you.
Himanshu this side. Amlan, since you have collected a lot amount of data in the entire practices, have you done any self or a third party life cycle assessment of the product to understand how much actual carbon emissions are being?
See, I mean, when we're doing the pilots with Social Alpha, I have given the samples to SIIC lab, but still we haven't got the reports. So now since we are in this AG Hub, AG Grand Challenge, in that proposal, I have clearly mentioned about the labs thing. You know, lab thing cost a lot. I mean, if a validation cost more than 5 lakh, 10 lakhs, I mean, we didn't have that amount of money. So Social Alpha supported us a little bit with the JB Banta, that also 50%. So it's like, you know, getting the lab work done by our own money was really not possible, but we are very keen to do it because we really need to generate this data and show the world that we can do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Amlan.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Anyway,
So next we request Nutraceutical Private Limited, Ravinder. You have a lot of products. Welcome, Ravinder.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ravinder, founder, Nutraceutical Rich Organic India. The journey has actually started when I was doing my action research in Chhattisgarh tribal area. So we always know that tribal people have got undulating land. It's most marginalized land where they're living. And that land is best suited for crops like millets. But unfortunately, we are growing a lot of wheat and rice in those land, which is actually creating a lot of burden on that land in terms of water consumption and leaving a lot of carbon footprints. And seeing the scenario of climate change, these crops are not at all sustainable in the long term if we see the climate change. We have found out that millets is best suited crops for the tribal community because millets are the C4 crops, because they have got a better tendency to withstand the climate resilient properties, because they can grow in high temperature and require very less water and other inputs. And millets is it's a superfood for all of us, because the kind of lifestyle we are living nowadays, millets best suited for us, because millets provides us lots of fiber, antioxidants, and there are a lot of lifestyle diseases which can be cured with millets nowadays. These are the 25 SKUs we have launched into the market since 2018. We have started a journey from, and we are now procuring our raw material from 3 FPOs based in Chhattisgarh, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka. Our products are uniquely based because we make very pure, unique cookies, which is there on your table. You can actually taste it yourself. And the market potential, we have realized that these, starting from $9 billion in 2018, millet is going to grow to $12 billion in the year 2025. We have been able to market our products through various channels like e-commerce, our best partners, and GEM portal we have registered recently. Distributor channel, B2B, we are being able to create our sales. We are partnered with Amazon, Flipkart since 2020, post COVID season. And as millet is the new buzzword, and International Day for Millets 2023 is also approaching. So millet, there are a lot of people are coming into the millets. We are learning from our competitors. There are MNCs also there making products out of millets. But we have tried to create those products which are traditionally and tasty and without including any other product like chemical fertilizer. Yes. From 2018, if you see that our marketing potential, we have mostly offline, and like post-COVID, we have come on online channels on Amazon and Flipkart. That channel has actually taken our sales to a great level. We are just generic brand on the Amazon, but still we are able to make a sales of some 12.5 lakh of per annum on that particular thing. And from starting from 2018, from 11.5 lakhs of sales, we are expecting an estimated projection of 30 lakhs of sales in 2022, 2023. We are able to like serve some 500 tribal community by procuring the raw material from there and giving them a 20% more prices than what they are able to sell in the local market. The to be launched products are millet breakfast cereals, millet namkeen, and millet laddus. We are asking 25 lakhs for some 8% of our dilution of our equity. We have a small team, myself, Ravinder, my co-director, Namrata Gulati, and Manish Aswal. We have 6 staff members, 2 production staff members, 3 marketing executives, and 1 part-time accountant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ravinder. Now let's open the Q&A for our investors.
Yes, I just want to share. Yes. Basically, product price is 250 rupees for 200 grams of box. And we are able to get some 35 rupees saving the money on that. Plus, at the same time, we're also able, like 140 is the cost, including GST, and plus little bit of our profit are also included in 140. So above that, 35 rupees, we're also able to make it. So something around like 30 to 40% of margin we're able to making right now on the total sales, total MRP. Marketing cost, actually, when we place it on an e-commerce platform, the marketing cost is not much right now. We have actually not invested much on the. Yeah, it's actually, we when we sold on e-commerce like 250 rupees, we normally get 160 to 160 rupees back.
Ravinder, you have actually hit the, I suppose, a very good point. Millets is actually not only growing in terms of awareness, but also in terms of sales a lot. What is your USP in terms of other than, branding? I have yet to understand that. Do you ink any kind of relationship with the farmer organizations? How do you work with them?
Yes, thank you, sir. This is a very important question. Right now, although all the inspiration has come from the tribal community, and what I did, I wanted to actually work with the tribal community. That's why I've actually created a product, including all the rain-fed crops ingredients in a cookie, which actually you're eating right now. So that cookie is a very natural format we have created, and I've also made this cookie replicable in rural areas. The SHG women can actually make these cookies in that environment, and I'm pro for that. And in fact, I'm looking forward to meet with the tribal community, where we can actually sit with them and make these cookies there at their threshold and with the very hygienic environment, and then we can able to sell it on the modern platforms.
Yeah, so I want to share a small piece of information with you that Government of India is coming up with a millet mission. They are going to announce it very soon.
Right.
They are looking for people like you who can actually form clusters with tribal communities, with other farmers, degraded lands and all. So these millets can also be grown in degraded lands,
Yes.
very easily.
Yes.
So please be prepared, and that can actually, catapult you into a different orbit altogether. My best wishes are for you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I'm looking forward to work with the tribal community, which I love a lot. Thank you so much.
Hey, I have two questions. I think one is just a little bit more on the marketing piece. Going forward, how do you differentiate yourself in the market? And therefore, how does that affect a lot of your marketing costs and marketing efforts that would come into play? And the second question is more in terms of if you can talk a little bit through your impact in terms of income increase for the farmers that you end up working with.
Yes. Right now, we're actually playing in a very small scale environment. So hardly we're able, I already told you that 500 tribal farmers were able to touch, that we're able to procure some millets out of them. And through the marketing part, we were actually unaware in the initial stages of how to come on the Amazon. Like we don't have the brand store presence there. We're just selling as a generic brand there. Still, we are able to make good revenue out of that. That has actually boosted our motivation. Now we wanted to actually set up a brand store there. So the revenue and actually the expenses would now come to put into that thing. And the digital marketing is definitely one of the buzzword, which we wanted to actually to work with the good people who are into the digital marketing segment. So we lack a little bit of a revenue to actually to talk to them and get our work done. So we are looking forward for investment so that actually we can, little bit of investment can actually go a long way in creating a good revenue also.
Thanks, Ravinder. Thanks, Ravinder.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
There's a small request for everyone. Since we have to capture your voice and make it audible in Zoom for the people who are participating, as well as we are recording. So request anyone who is asking the questions to take the mic, so it becomes a helpful for us. Thank you. So next we have gentleman here, Ridesh from Omset Technologies. Welcome.
Namaste. I'm Ridesh, founder CEO of OMSAT and former scientist Indian Space Research Organization. While I was working for the Chandrayaan-2 mission, I was tasked with the responsibility of discovering water on the moon. Now, considering moon to be an arid place and using the same motivation behind the technology that was used to discover water on the moon, we developed a technology to detect the smallest droplet of water present underneath a farmer's land. So that is our technology. Did you know 2 out of 5 Indians don't get access to clean potable drinking water in India today? Since we are the largest exploiter of groundwater resources globally, the amount of groundwater extracted by India alone is sufficient to flood the entire country of the United Kingdom. So what we do is OMSAT provides groundwater hydroanalytics to farmer producer organizations at $80 per hectare. We combine the dynamic interactions between land, air, and water to determine the best possible spot for locating underground water resources. All we require from our users, that is the farmers, That is the Google location, which is sent to us through WhatsApp, since WhatsApp is accessible to most of the farmers in today's time. Our technology is interoperable with existing SCADA-based systems, since we provide our analytics in satellite view, street view, 3D view, and radar view, respectively. We have a spectrum of products ranging from groundwater forecasting, groundwater flow direction, prospecting, and solar pump site suitability, thereby providing a comprehensive solution for the energy water nexus. We have been certified by the Indian Council of Agriculture Water Technology Division and the Central Groundwater Board. The global groundwater monitoring market is a $6.7 billion industry, and our beachhead market at present is farmer producer organizations of Maharashtra, worth $44 million. Unlike traditional costly and time-consuming survey-based methods, we are able to provide our services with high precision and 75% reduced cost. Having done ideation, brainstorming, and market research, we have benefited 8 lakh farmers till today and have 3,200 active FPOs connected with us. By 2024, we want to establish ourselves as a decentralized water funding agency across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. These are a list of our government contracts, current clients, and publications. Although groundwater is not more of a technological intervention problem as much as it is a socio-economical problem, we organize hydrosocial contracts between water seller, water buyers, and control groups to ensure equitable distribution of underground water resources. So that is our uniqueness. And we are also into groundwater forecasting that has not been done by the existing players in the groundwater market in India. The drought footprint in Maharashtra is spread across 1.9 square lakh of land, and incorporating our services will improve the basic socio-economical water supply and demand, ensure equitable distribution of water for farmers. Our go-to-market strategy is about hiring insiders, that is someone at the rank of principal scientists or secretaries. They act as our ambassadors to the parent organization, irrigation departments, and big organizations. We create thought leadership and attend conventions in the form of seminars and conferences. Our ask is funding of $400,000 for the next 18 months. We are a team of scientists, engineers, and big thinkers passionate about making ideas accessible and actionable. Having trained by ISRO, NASA, UNOSA, Google, and Harvard School of Design, our consistent foundations are built on precision, innovation, and trust. Come, let's join in making the irrigation infrastructure of India resilient and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Videsh. So we are opening the Q&A session.
Hi, Riddhesh. I have basically 2 questions.
Yes.
The first one, if you can share a little bit on the profile of your clients, and also a little bit on the revenue model.
Yes.
And the second one is the data which you are collecting is an open source data. So is there any collection?
No, sir, it's not open source data.
It's a proprietary data?
It's a paid data.
Is a paid data. Okay. And is there any collection of a ground level data as well, just to make sure the things, you'll get a better view of the ground level of water information?
So satellite is not the only component which we use. We have different layers overlaid upon each other. And most important is the high resolution groundwater modeling that we do. So that is able to give you the exact quantification, and for collecting certain data input parameters for the groundwater, we already have that data available with us. So we have to pay for that data.
Okay, got it. And a little bit on the revenue model.
So revenue, we have a SaaS-based pay-per hectare model. And as we see over here, we provide groundwater hydro analytics at $80 per hectare. If you convert into acres, it is around 3,300 rupees per acre. Yeah.
Oh, surface water and groundwater act in sync, right?
Yeah.
And so we need to do these two. And then there is also the dynamics.
Yes.
And topography.
Yes.
All these, how do you factor all these? And ultimately the social element of distribution of water.
Correct.
Between, let's say, the upper reaches, lower reaches across communities. So
yes,
it's not just groundwater, but water budgeting or whatever to be done.
Correct.
How do you do it?
So as far as the farmer is concerned, he just requires a location where the groundwater is present in his field. The problem arises when one farmer has water and another farmer doesn't have water. So in that case, we organize hydrosocial contracts to kind of develop a mechanism. It is not a kind of a legislation, but a kind of a agreement that is made between the two farmers so that they can arrange water sharing either by tankers or through pipelines between two farms which are in the close vicinity. And as far as the dynamics of groundwater budget is concerned, groundwater budgeting is a different topic. We are right now focusing on groundwater targeting and prospecting only. Yes.
Just one supplementary question is, if one guy strikes water, there'll be 10 others surrounding who also extract water. So
Yes.
really, investment goes infructuous. How do we deal with it?
Sir, whenever one person finds water and either farmer will come to me or he will go to some water dowsing person who is kind of using a pseudoscientific technique. The most important cost factor that comes into this industry is a drilling cost. Right now, what we are doing is saving the drilling cost by precisely telling the farmer that this is the spot you will be able to get the prospect. Second part is the volumetric calculation of the water. How much water is present below your ground? That is the most important factor. Sometimes we have to say no to the farmers despite we see a farm, because after 15 days that water is not available to them. So volumetric calculation is also the most essential part of this ecosystem that we do. So precisely telling we should go for drilling or not go for drilling. This is how we are able to do precision drilling and precision irrigation in most of the areas. Yeah. Yeah.
Your customers like distribution of the reach, to get access to the market that I work with these partners.
Yes. So groundwater is a very fundamental domain. It is not coming under only a single roof, and it is not coming only under one ministry. It is also coming into irrigation ministry, Amrut Ministry of Housing, also Ministry of Water ministries also. So we have different clientage. There are different mechanisms to deal with government organizations. We are dealing with governments also, and we are dealing with FPOs also, because sales cycle is faster in dealing with FPOs. Most essentially, a farmer will not entertain you that despite you may bring the best technologies available to them. So you require an intermediary to be in between. And in that case, our intermediary is through FPOs. So we have already been incubated at Pusa Krishi, NIAM, and NARM Hyderabad, and many such kind of organization throughout India. They help us to organize farmer meetings and FPO meetings every month, through which we get connected with these FPOs and the technology is taken forward. Another technology is the B2G model, that is direct through the ministries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the time is up.
Thank you.
And thanks everyone. Next, we would like to invite Mr. KD Sharma. He's from Greenfield Eco Solutions Private Limited.
Hello. Mining is second economic important activity following the agriculture. About 1 million hectare is under mining leases in the country, out of which nearly 50% is under coal mines. But as can be seen, unscientific mining and lax implementation of the environmental regulations causes massive damage to the environment in terms of the soil, water, vegetation, landforms, and finally, the well-being of the society. We offer rehabilitation of these drastically degraded lands on a turnkey basis. This is a coal mine operated by JSW. Please see before and after the rehabilitation. This is the limestone mine operated by Birla White, Aditya Birla Group. This is zinc mine by Hindustan Zinc Limited. All through these efforts, we could reclaim this land back to the benefit of the community and society. The impacts of our interventions are in terms of improvement of the soil health, water quality, carbon sequestration, a conducive environment for vegetation growth, and the system, the plantation after 3 years is self-perpetuating. Social opportunities for new source of income, maintenance plantation, minor forest produce, betterment of infrastructure, and community has greater access to the short-term cropping and grazing needs of their livestock. Hundreds of companies claim that they plant trees in the country globally. But you yourself know the success rate. I will not go into that. Our go-to-market strategy, we operate on per hectare payment basis, B2B and B2G. Market expansion through distribution of handouts, and then the digital and social marketing. We do attend trade fairs, expositions, and exhibits globally, internationally, as well as in the country. Apart from that, we have a product line. The product line, natural minerals, natural fertilizers, bio inputs, soil amendments, all organic, and then service in terms of plantation, green belt development, and environmental compliances. We are seeking something like 100,000 USD per year, which would be utilized in terms of the hiring of field managers, R&D, and marketing. Our current revenue this year is about 1 crore, and after 2 years, we expect to go 2.5 crores. This is the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. So any questions from the investor side? Yeah, you don't have a mic.
Hey, just one quick thing. You've largely been doing these kind of service contracts and implementations for these corporates and governments, right? Just want to understand this product that you mentioned, and if you could just talk a little bit through the split of revenue across the services and the product.
I could not get it because of the echo. Can I come there and I will speak to you?
What I wanted to ask, no worries. I think I just want to understand that you meant, so largely your business has been in implementation and service contracts for these large corporates as well as governments. And you also then somewhere during your presentation mentioned about the product, the organic product that you have. So just want to understand a little bit in terms of the revenue split across your products business and the services implementation business.
These products are specifically we are using for these reclamation type of activities, as well as for the urban gardening. So our 60% revenue comes from the product. We are active on Amazon, and then our products are certified by Lacon, a German quality certification company, and Omri, the US company. And 40% now it is coming from the reclamation of mining lands. And currently we are working with the Vedanta oil and gas, and then the Panna diamond mine. So we are unable to show you anything about the Panna diamond mine. That is we are not allowed. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And we have worked with JK Lakshmi Cement, then Vedanta Oil and Gas, then your Coal India Limited, and then the Hindustan Zinc Limited, and major portion is the Panna Diamond Mine currently the active there. Pardon?
I said the client list is quite illustrious, really good list of clients. How did you go about this GTM?
They come to us because it is a statutory requirement for reclamation of mining and these degraded lands. Every year, their leases are renewed based upon how much land they have reclaimed.
How do they know about your existence? Are you enlisted in?
We are on the through the social marketing, then through our websites, and it is mainly the word of mouth. Then we use to distribute, announce, and we are on this all this your Facebook and LinkedIn and all those things.
Do you get these by bidding and tendering or?
No, private
assignment?
sector doesn't that. Friends, no private sector goes into the bidding and tendering. It is the only government which goes to the lowest one. For the private sector, they need two things. If they are convinced that you are the right person and you will do whatever they need, sky is the limit. ये सरकार में ही होता है कि एलेवन को देंगे and then they get the quality of the thing. This specifically, there is only one rock phosphate mine, which is under the government sector, RSMM. And they used to go for this tendering and other things. Otherwise, private sector nahi jata hai. Okay, thank you. And if anything required, we are available.
Yeah, there, I can see a question in the chat box. Can we open it?
Maya was asking the question, how are you tracking the rehabilitation progress in the projects you've done? How do you track the rehabilitation progress?
How do you start that?
How do you track it, monitor it, know how it's going? How do you know?
It is through the succession of the natural vegetation which starts coming there.
Are people walking to see it? Do you have staff members perhaps walking to see how
we
it's
have-
going?
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, ma'am. We have the ecologists to monitor the succession of the natural vegetation. Ultimately, it is the succession which matters.
That sounds great. I think that's the response.
And these succession we have published research papers in international journals and all those things. Planting and then forgetting not, but monitoring for 3 years, we used to do for 4 years and like that. So how the natural
Fantastic.
succession is taking place.
I think that answers the question. Thank you, Maya, for the question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, once again. And now we invite Archana from Bhumi Nalam, My Harvest Farms.
Hello, everyone. This is Archana. I'm an organic farmer. 6 years ago, I quit my job to grow my own food, and that's how the idea started. I believe we all deserve safe, nutritious, chemical-free food. And I'm building My Harvest as a community of farmers and families through a farm-to-home model. While doing farming, we realized the real problems of land infertility, unpredictable income, and frustration of migrating to cities. And the very clear disconnect. And we all agree our health is just going down, and there is an importance to move to organic, but we all lack trust. So My Harvest is solving this in a very simple way. Today, we are a trusted online platform for smallholder farmers and also for health conscious people based out of Chennai. Our USP is we are traceable and we offer a fair price to our farmers. We have over 200 plus vegetables, fruits, value-added products, and we're adding more, all in the food segment. Clearly working with farmers, we work right from what to grow, their SOPs of organic, and the changes from single monocrop to multi-crop and demand-based harvest. So there's loss, cut down on loss of food as well. So clear, last 4 years, we've seen 80% reduction in their farm input costs. Their farm profits have doubled. So, and on the family side, they have empathy, like where the food is grown, and nutrition. Plus, we encourage them to visit the farm and also learn about how food is grown and the effort behind the food. The business model is simple. It's farm to home. For customers, they pay whenever they buy vegetables. It's like a weekly and regular. So 100 rupees they pay, 55 rupees goes to the farmer. And we've been growing through awareness-based workshops and social media. On the revenue side, we've been profitable, and we've also we're making about 50K USD every month, and our gross margins stand at 30%. The market is, we are in the essential category, and our farmers right now are based in 10 districts of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. We see that with fulfillment as a joint venue, we can scale this up to many more places in the city, in the country. And health conscious individuals right now in Chennai itself is a big market, but we see that's growing to about 3 cities in the next 5 years. The competition, there are offline stores traditionally existing, and there are also on-demand brands and D2C in the country, but we are competing more with online organic. But the customers are our biggest strength. So the 84% loyalty of buying again gives us the strength to replicate this. And we want to differentiate in terms of customer service and the community model. Backed by individuals who believe in the vision, we have people who have built large corporates and brands. So we have an able team that's driving the vision, thanks to Wilgrow for incubation. Our impact has been significant in terms of customers and also job creation. But on the environmental front, the rural land becoming organic soil improvement through about native trees, climate resistant agriculture methods, we have done over 90,000 deliveries. So that means every person ordering like 8 kgs of vegetables together has brought this 1,800 plus tons. And in terms of revenue, we have, in the last 4 years, we have clocked more than 1 million. We are growing, and we expect to, the fundraise is actually to double the work we do currently, from moving to 7,800 plus deliveries in a year and clocking 9 crore revenue. Our average bill value has been around 900 to 1,000 all this while. And that's again also a differentiator among competitors. The primary funding is for strengthening a production and building the tech platform to make the fulfillment and the customer experience of farm to table very emotional and effective for informed decision making. And being a B2C brand, again, marketing plays a quick important role for us. This is the change we envision. So a lot of the youngsters connected to farming, connected to the food, and together let's all build a healthier world with happy families, happy farmers, and healthier world. Thanks.
Thank you, Archana. Now may I request the investors to ask their questions.
Hi, Archana. One quick
Hi.
question. From the 8.5 CR of a revenue, how much is the percentage coming from the repeated customers?
Coming from?
Repeated customers over the last 4 years?
It's 80, 84. We've been tracking it on month, the number of people buying. So if there are like 1,600 unique customers a month, every month we only add like 150 to 200 new customers. The existing customers are the ones who are repeatedly giving us the revenue. So there are families who've been there since 2018 also. Okay. So we have a majority of them from 2000, who came in an average maximum lifetime of a customer. There are more people buying for 2 years plus.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Kavya. That's the traceability issue today with organic. So, sorry.
We have a team there, so working with the farmers. So we have a team in 2 districts, and another person will be visiting the farms regularly. So we'll be visiting the farms and having collecting data on what farm inputs they are using. So it's a regular communication.
Communication plus right from the methodology, like farming has been done for they are farmers who've been doing it regularly. Only thing is where they source their seeds from, what inputs they use, because all of them, they don't buy bottles, or even people who are selling organic farm inputs, we don't trust them as of now. So people make their own farm pest repellents and fertilizers. So they all make it themselves and they use it. So it's usually cow dung, cow manure, and only the dry leaves. So we're making sure the inputs that go to the soil are all transparent and we know where they get their seeds from and how they do the farming. And many of them have made a life choice of moving to natural farming. It's like choice. If they were here for money, we pretty much know they would have gone back to the chemical farming. So it's also a history of the farmer we understand and then onboard them. Onboarding is not just trading here. So we work with them right from understanding their life changes.
So how do you really plan to scale this? Because while scaling, you would need to deploy a lot many people on the ground.
So scale has been a big question all the time, but we understand that with the farmer segment, it's more like setting the process and keeping a watch on the process. But fulfillment is a challenge. Like I go to Bangalore, I think we only need a fulfillment partner there. Farmers around, like already we have farmers in Hosur and few districts of Karnataka. So getting a local farmer community will be the first initial groundwork that we'll have to do. But then it's only about having a fulfillment center, and we don't store anything. Everything comes that morning and moves out. It's not like a heavy inventory model. So we will be working on the technology to get the orders, track the ERP for the backend, and everything else is just technology interventions. It's just that they need a fulfillment partner to understand And it's a local partner because the flavor is different. The choice of vegetables that people like in Chennai, the choice of vegetables are different in different geographies. So we definitely will have a local partner for fulfillment, but everything else should be solvable.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any more questions?
We still have 30 seconds.
We are doing it. We have a team. So we don't like have an in-house vehicles. We've not invested. It's a team of delivery partners that we have signed up. I mean, these people have been auto drivers before. So during the lockdown, they joined us and it's been 3.5 years and we're just adding the number of people. So we deliver 4 days in a week. So they are there with us all 4 days, right? From farm logistics to delivering the last mile. The same people are also able to do both the things. 30. I said 30.
30%. So 5%.
So have these farmers totally turned organic or are they only organic for you? And what income benefits have they gained by partnering with you?
So some of them have been practicing this for more than 10 years also, but majority of them, they have taken first 1 acre to do organic farming. So they may have 4 acres, but completely not changed 100%. The 1 acre for, so they've been doing maybe paddy, they've been doing some crops earlier, they continue to do. But this family is committed to My Harvest, that 1 acre is a multi-cropping, complete nuts, organic farming methods. In terms of revenue difference, for example, Ramesh is a farmer who's adjacent to us. So the revenue he makes earlier was also like 30,000 a month. Even now it's like 30 to 35,000. But if you look at his efforts or the money spent on buying pesticides in the chemical farming model, today we cut down all of that. So he's actually making a better money doing this organic farming. For some who have not done farming and just switched from regular jobs and got to farming, we have made sure it's sustainable for them, like 30,000, 40,000 a month. Added poultry, they're able to make better money.
Thank you, Archana and
Thanks.
team. Now we would request Jayesh, Mr. Jayesh from Green Cross Agritech Private Limited. Welcome, Jayesh.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, मैं जयेश ग्रीन क्रॉस एग्रीटेक का co-founder and director. We at Green Cross Agritech are providing organic inputs for the farming. I would like to highlight one success story of a customer who has prepared 20 metric ton of farmyard manure on his own farm and used for the next groundnut cultivation, and he has got more production with a less cost and less usage of chemical fungicide and insecticide. This cost was around 500 rupees per acre, and he has got benefits more than 5,000 rupees per acre. If we look at the Indian scenario, we are having 3 major problems: farm and animal waste, land degradation, and crop residue burning, which is happening in the northern India. We are proposing a next generation of waste decomposer, Trinetra, that is made up of microbial cultures, and it is degrades all the waste which is decomposable into a fertile manure rich in carbon and nutrition. Our POC is validated by DMEPR ICR at Anand, and the dose for the Trinetra is as low as 50 gram per metric ton of waste, and it is costing only 75 rupees to the farmer. We have worked for the dose, cost, and time in the positive side, and it is also a safe to the standing crops also, even it is a decomposer. A Trinetra can be applied across the geographies and across the crop range, except extreme hot. We have estimated the market size to be $6.8 billion, equivalent to 56,000 crore rupees. Currently, we are having a distributor channel with in which we are supplying materials to the retailer, and the end user is a farmer. We are also initiated with co-marketing and white labeling this year with 2 companies, and we are in advanced talks with the online platforms like Big Heart and Dehat and Kheti Mitra. Currently, we are operating from the Gujarat only.
post fundraising, we are planning to enter in the 4 neighboring states, Rajasthan, MP, CG, and Maharashtra, and subsequently to the next adjoining states. We are aiming to achieve $6 million sales by 2027, and we are also working for the new research area, which is edible pesticide, in which insects are killed and the material is very safe for the human consumption. And we have also registered our project with Vera, and we are hoping to complete this transaction by July 23. As a Trinidad is a decomposer and no exact match is found, but we have compared with a farmyard menu preparation decomposers. And as I said, we can see that the dose, cost, and time are in the positive side for the Trinidad. And Trinidad is the only product that can be used in the zero budget natural farming and also can be applied to the standing crops. Till date, we have served more than 9,000 farmers with the help of more than 70 distributor channel, and we have sold around 4 metric ton of Trinetra, which is equivalent to 80,000 metric ton of farmyard preparation manure and or 16,000 hectare of land treatment. In the team, myself, Jayesh, I am master's in plant pathology with 13 years of agrochemical experience. Mr. Raju is an engineer. Dr. Sandeep is our formulation advisor, and Dr. Nagraj Reddy is our mentor at ICR. We are raising $600,000 for the expansion of market and building of infrastructure facilities. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we open the Q&A session.
Have you partnered with some, like you reached out to some of these larger foundations which are doing some kind of organic sequestration like soil?
No, we have applied ourselves only.
Sorry? आपने बड़े जो बड़े फाउंडेशंस हैं वो काफी ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं एग्रीकल्चर में, उनके साथ में आपने रीच करा है? जैसे अंबुजा फाउंडेशन है, फिर आपका टाटा ट्रस्ट में?
नहीं, वो institutional sales we are not doing now, and we will be working with in the future.
Okay, because one of the important thing which happens in when you change towards organic is the yield decreases very fast.
Yes.
So input becomes very important. So that's why I was trying to understand.
We have addressed the issue of decreasing productivity. We are having 13 products in our basket, along with the Trinedra.
Okay.
And all the products are so designed that the production is not decreasing, and almost a similar production is achieved with the as compared to chemical ones.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
We still have 2.5 minutes. So if no one have anything in their mind, we would like to take a 1-minute break and, for Hari to help out Dharaksha to upload the slides. Oh, it's already there. Done, Hari. Thanks, thanks, Jayesh.
Thank you, sir.
So now next we invite Rudransh from Dharaksha Eco Solutions Private Limited.
Greetings to all the dignitaries. Greetings to all the dignitaries. Thank you for being here. So Dharaksha means, Dhara means earth and Raksha means savings. Completely literally translates to the saving the world from the problem of pollution. So talking about pollution, there are two major things that come to our mind. First and the foremost is the air pollution caused with the crop stubble waste burning. We are all sitting in Delhi right now. and we know how bad the air quality is outside. So not to be explained on that part. But now talking about polystyrene waste, it's the fifth largest industrial waste, which is caused due to the thermocol packaging and like landing up in the landfills, ocean waters and all. Now we thought, why not get a solution, a technological solution to solve this problem? So we have created a biotechnology using which we are converting this stubble waste into a sustainable packaging material, which you can see in my hand. So that is how we do it. So how do we do it? We just collect the stubble waste using a machine known as baler machine from the grounds, and we bring it to our manufacturing facility, inoculate it with a mushroom culture which we had developed in-house, and put it into growth molds. As soon as the molding process is complete, we extract it out and sell it as a packaging material. So apart from developing this culture, we have developed a few more differentiations from the market that we are tackling right now. So first and the foremost is a disruptive method of culture production, which is 96% cost effective and 10 times more potent than the industrial standard of culture production. Second is innovative sterile material handling processes. And third is a super efficient thermal management processes. Now, talking about the business model, our business model is direct sales for the next 5 years. We would be targeting large corporates and having a gross margin of 50%. In the next 5 years and beyond, we'll be going forward to a distributed and a franchise model, where we will be licensing our SOPs and novel culture and keeping the retain over sales and customer acquisition. I'm now talking about the Indian market. Indian packaging market is a huge $72 billion market, out of which $5 billion itself is a biodegradable packaging market, which is growing at a CAGR of 26%. Talking about our competitors, there are a few competitors in the foreign market, naming Ecovative. They have raised millions of dollars, but they are still not cracked the complete technology. They are far more ahead from us on the cost part, as well as there are a few Indian companies who have published articles, but they haven't commercialized their products, or they haven't even started a full-scale pilot stage as of yet. Talking about the other products, there are thermocol packaging, which is being phased out by CPCB. Paper pulp mold is biodegradable, but it doesn't have the required finish, required strength, or cushioning capacity. As well as honeycomb packaging is partially biodegradable because a lot of chemicals is added to it while forming it up, but it cannot be formed into complex shapes. It can just be formed into cuboidal shapes. So we have a first mover advantage in the Indian market. Talking about a value proposition, why would our customers buy our product? First and foremost, due to our, since our product is fire retardant, we have a proposition of laser branding over here. Our strength is superior, our surface finish is great. We are cost competitive conventional forms of packaging, and we have a law supporting us known by EPR policy, which is extended producer responsibility. So talking about our environmental impact, we are saving 4.3 lakh tons of particulate matter by just curbing each and every season of stubble waste. So 23 million tons of stubble waste is just produced in Punjab and Haryana alone with each harvest season. So, and equivalent to 33 million tons of carbon dioxide, which you would be saving, which is equivalent to removing all the cars from Indian roads for the next 111 days combined. We would be giving an additional revenue of 10,000 rupees per acre to the farmers for technology upgradation and various other things that they can prove it out from that. And a social impact for women in terms of health cost that they would be reducing, because the farmers are the most people who are hit by these smoke clouds. And the women empowerment is there because we would be employing women in our manufacturing facilities because they are stable hands which are required for our processes. Our fund ask is a pre-series A round for a $3 million round that would majorly be occupied for infrastructure manufacturing, design optimization, and R&D operations and working capital along with marketing expenses. We have already raised an angel round of $5,000 in like October 2021. And we have already got a few grants and competition prizes with us. And we are also incubated with a lot of incubators in the industry. This is our traction. We have already got an order from Dabur, Nestle, and Dr. Lal Path Labs. We have also onboarded a lot of startups, SMEs, and other people. We have also got a collateral-free debt of 50 lakhs. Along with we have cleared all the necessary quality tests for this product. And in final rounds of discussion with a lot of named corporates like Voltas, Havels, and Borosil. This is a team all filled with serial entrepreneurs and experienced people in this background, and a lot of mentors who are the industry veterans in various fields of this industry. Thank you, and let us recreate clean skies together.
Thank you, Rudransh. And before we go for a lunch break, this will be the last Q&A session from the investor side.
Yeah, quick question. What is the time taken for the culture to become the end product?
So for our clients, they just have to wait for 2 or 3 days. But from the entire stubble waste to the end product, it takes around 40 to 45 days. But we have a pre-made mixture of our growth process. We just have to put the substrate, which is a mushroom mixture and a like parali mixture into the molds of our clients, and that is all the time they will take.
Hi, Rudraj. Rudraj, one quick question. Before bringing the waste to your facility, is there any processing or something required for the waste at the farmland itself?
So farmers don't have to do anything. We are just providing a baler machine to them. They just run it on their fields and they compress that stubble so that the transportation is feasible for us. Nothing else they have to do.
And for this machine, you are providing, how much does it cost?
So this machine costs approximately 8 to 10 lakhs. We are not upfrontly financing it. There's an aggregator model. So we have a few aggregators in the market who are like out of that 100 people ka farmer market. We just take up a person from that field. Could be the sarpanch or could be anyone over there. They could just be our aggregator or the POC of the company in that field. They know the local language. They are very convenient with people talking with them. So they just go and talk to them and like run these baler machines on that part. So it's their capital which is invested, but government is providing a 50% subsidy on this. So it just costs them like 4 to 5 lakhs.
Thank you.
So it is in a provisional round of filing. We will be getting the patent in the next few quarters.
So 2 questions, one a follow-up. If you can cover a little bit more about what exactly is your IP or your differentiation on the tech, that's one. And of course, what all kinds of products packaging can this be used for? Is it, for example, food grade safe, or is the primary use transporting standard packaging, which is normal corrugated boxes, or is it usable for glass, which is a replacement of thermocol? So I want to understand that. And the second part is, what are the unit economics like?
Fine. So basically, answering your first question around the IP. So IP, we are filing around the process and the product both. Along with that, we have also formed a few SPMs for a manufacturing because the industry was so new to this Indian market that there was no machine existing in the market for our industry. So we have formed SPMs for the same. So industrial design is there, as well as you would be going for process and product patent. So in the process, what we have done is like the efficient thermal management processes, the sterile material handling processes, all of them are patented, would be patented, as well as the production level, at the culture production level that we have. Those are the on the process part. On the technology part, this mushroom culture is not existing in the market as of now. Though this mushroom is indigenous to Indian geography, but this is not existing in the market, like the training that we have given to the mushroom culture, the sequencing that we have done. So around that technology would also be filing the patent. And now answering the second question, what are the exact products that we are forming around it? So it's a secondary layer of packaging, the cushioning layer of packaging. So if you order any kind of a product like TV, fridge, anything, there's a lot of thermocol, the filler packaging that is involved over there to give it cushioning during the transit so that the product doesn't get broken out once it is in transit, once it is in ship or anything, anywhere it is right now. So that is what we are replacing. That thermocol pieces we are replacing. We can tap onto any market where thermocol is present. We are even, since our strength is better than thermocol, we even save them on the logistics cost, on the shipping cost and all. So that is one market. Along with that, we have even done pilots with a 50 kg motor company, that is Crompton. So we are like even able to handle 50 kg. So we are going for a further rounds of pilots for 100 kgs as well. It is in process and soon we will get the result. Thermocol fields over there. Okay, so just the last question. So around the unit economics, it is like it is costing around 150 rupees per packaging as a manufacturing cost. We are going for a 300 rupees cost on that part. So it's on the cubic feet basis, not on the piloting basis. So this piece would just cost me like 5 or 10 rupees.
What is the End of life. What is the end of life solution for this?
So there are two concepts on this part. The shelf life, like if I put it on shelf on the table, it's packed with the product, anything it is where. So it will have a shelf life of 2 to 3 years that is tested on ground. So our first prototype was made like 2 years back. It's still on a shelf, completely intact. But as soon as it reaches the soil, it will degrade within 60 days. So it just creates manure over there in the soil. It doesn't require any industrial decomposing facility. It can be done in a kitchen garden as well.
So last question. So that's thanks Maya for waiting. So it's to you, Rudransh. Can you elaborate a little bit on the strength and durability of the products which you have? Also cost competitiveness that you mentioned earlier.
Sure. So on the strength and durability part, a bit on the durability first. So as I just mentioned, it is like it can hold a shelf life of 2 to 3 years tested on ground on the real time testing. We are trying it for a longer time as well. Coming on to the strength part, we can even handle a like weight of 50 to 100 kgs. 100 kgs in the pilot stage, 50 kgs we have cleared up. Talking about
cost.
Okay, cost competitiveness. So there are 3 different products in the packaging market. That is thermocol packaging, paper pulp mold packaging, and a honeycomb packaging. So we're in the bracket of that. So sometimes we are on par with thermocol, sometimes we are on par with paper pulp mold due to the change of the shape in the product, change in the complexity of design of the product. So the range, the cost varies in that bracket itself. So sometimes we are like 10-20% expensive than thermocol, but it is manageable for the Indian market because we are offering this laser engraving. So they just put up that 10% in their marketing cost.
Thanks for everyone's patience. I think we are dot on time. So I hand over mic to Amanda.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
yes, thank you so much. And thanks for this first session. Our second session after lunch, for the folks who are joining us online, we'll be back at around 2:20. It's about 1:20 right now. And we want to ask the investors in the room, as well as the WRI and Sangam Ventures organizers, just come forward for a really quick group picture. And everybody is welcome to break for lunch. So if we could make it quick, just stand on up, come up here, kind of make a little line behind me. We'll get our photographer here to take a quick photo. Thanks so much.
QR code, alumni form. So we need to concentrate on that in the second half. So request everyone to do that. This session will have 3 minutes of pitching time and 3 minutes of Q&A session.
Should we start with the registration? Just announce candidates, have a seat.
I hope the investors have taken the seats. So we welcome Shahnaz, representing AI Genix International.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Shahnaz. I am founder and CEO at Agenics International Private Limited. We are based in Mumbai. We invent technologies for crop protection and sustainable farming for integrated pest management. Our vision is to provide high-tech products in the field of pest management to the farmers, which are affordable, reliable, eco-friendly to a human being, coupled with a green sustainable solar energy to improve the profitability of the farming business. I would like to share one of the customer story who is using our devices from last 5 years, Mr. Sachin. He is growing pomegranate, orange, turmeric, and some vegetables in his farm. Earlier, he was spending approximately 12,000 rupees per acre per month on crop protection. Now with Brayhawk series product, his expenses dropped down to 460 rupees per acre per month. And during last 5 years, Sachin Deshmukh saved 6,48,000 on pesticides. His yield increased by 40%, and he saved 90% cost on labor charges. Because the devices are fully automatic AI enabled. The problem we are solving, as you know, the farmers and scientists across the world are struggling to protect the crops from insects, pests, and diseases. Majority of insect pests have developed resistance against pesticides. Day by day, the cost of pesticide is increasing. Across the world, the government are putting ban on toxic pesticides. During a pest outbreak, some farmers lost almost 100% crop due to insect pest infestation. Apart from this, each year 2 lakh people die from pesticide poisoning. And these pesticides are linked to cancer, ADHD, diabetes, Parkinson disease, Alzheimer's disease, etc. So we have addressed the issues related with insect pest management successfully by developing next generation insect communication based devices. And these devices are able to protect all kinds of crops. That includes horticulture, vegetable, floriculture, plantation crops, grain and millets, etc., including open as well as in protected farm. We have invented 2 technologies. First one is Brayhawk and second one is eBionic. Brayhawk is a broad spectrum crop protection solution, safeguards beneficial insects. It's 99.99. And second technology what we have developed is eBionic, which is a very narrow spectrum solution and designed to catch specific kinds of insects like fruit piercing moth, weevils, fruit flies, etc. And third solution what we have is crawl trap, which is useful for crawling insects, those which is not attracted or killed in our devices. So after deployment of Bravehawk and eBionic series product, farmers get benefited by the crop protection cost reduced by 95%, yield increased by 40%, farmers' earnings increased by 3-fold, consumers get a healthy food, and there is no health hazard effects on total ecosystem. So during currently we are generating revenue from April 2021. It's 45 lakh rupees. I mean, it's 40,000 US dollar, and we are expecting to generate revenue 2.1 million in the year 23-24. There is a huge global market potential for our products. It's 2.3 trillion US dollar. We are looking forward to raise fund 2 crore as a debt, and we shall utilize this fund for to scale up our business in domestic and international market, scale up manufacturing capacity, team expansion, and R&D activities. Currently, we are developing next second generation insect communication based devices, and we shall launch third generation insect communication based devices in the year 23-24. Agenics is a bootstrap company till date. MVP validation has been done in the year between 2014 to 2020, and we are able to sold 4,500 plus units across 8 countries, including India, USA, Africa, Mauritius, Malaysia, Oman. And actual works that we have started in the, from the year 2001. So we have highly qualified and experienced founders with active advisors. Myself, Shahnaz, I have done my education in MSc Microbiology. And my involvement in this company is R&D, business development activities, sales and marketing. Along with me, Mr. Khalil is here. He's a co-founder and CTO, and he has done his education in BE Computer Engineering and Industrial Electronics Engineering. And along with us, two advisors are there. So yeah, join us in growing poison-free food around the world. Thank you so much for listening carefully. Now I am open for Q&A.
Thanks. Thanks, Anas. So we have a minute for a Q&A session because this lot belongs to the previous cohort.
Just if you can explain a little bit about your go-to-market strategy?
I couldn't able to listen.
If you could just explain your go-to-market strategy.
Currently we are focusing on B2B platform like seed industry. For example, seed industry, then contract farming like ITC, Del Monte, PepsiCo, then FPOs, etc.
Revenue split?
Revenue what we have generated from April 2021, it's 45 lakh. And we have received a 45 lakh grant from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
Thank you. Thank you, Sainaz.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Looking forward to remaining in touch with all of you and your support. Thank you.
Next, we have Nibia Devices Private Limited and represented by Aeroshil Namme Rakpa. Sorry if I pronounced the name wrongly.
While he's pulling that up, just wanted to say to the investor panel, thank you. We are doing a shorter question and answer round period, so we'll take around 2 questions. It'll be around 2 to 3 minutes, depending on if the pitch goes over 3 minutes or not. So we will still do question and answers, but maybe 2 questions on average. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And before he starts, I would again remind a request to fill up the alumni form, which is on the right side of this token. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aeroshil Namarapum and I represent Nibia Devices. So we are basically working on solving the packaged food industry process issue and supply chain traceability challenge using technologies such as IoT, blockchain, and AI technology. So if you look at this diagram at the bottom half, you see any packaged food item or all the packaged food item which is listed over here. They all have a story to tell, right all the way to the farms. So we need to basically encourage those products which are basically doing the right thing in terms of sustainable agricultural ethic, environmental practices, food production, or even labor law. And we have to encourage customers to basically offer those brands which are doing that. And every single product which is performing, which is doing those right activities should be given more preference. What we are trying to do is with our technology, we're trying to help these brands which are onboarded on our platform to increase their process issue, whether it be in the production, processing, distribution, or retail. And on the other side, there's a huge challenge of supply chain traceability where because of lack of traceability and transparency information, safety and quality of product, and lots of paperwork involvement, it's very difficult to trace those products back. So what we are doing in terms of our technology is we have introduced a solution by which we have 3 layers. First is the physical, second is the logical and the web interface layer. The physical layer basically comprises of our IoT and AI solutions, which will help in the process improvement for every step in the supply chain. What we also give is in terms of AI-based solutions, which will make them a right decision at the right time. We have a web interface layer, which basically trace and track all the way from the farmer to the consumer. Every transaction that is happening, and that is stored in a separate ledger for every brand using blockchain smart contract. Who are going to be our customers? Our customers are the brands who are looking at increasing their brand awareness. Other things like highlighting the ethical practices, increase their customer loyalty, showcase the certifications and recognition they have received. And in return, they will get customer insights and feedback loop. What we are doing for the customers is giving them information on food safety, fair trade practices, ethical sourcing of those raw material, and be able to incentivize them using our token called NIBI coin, which they can basically purchase for a small fee, and that coin can be trickled down all the way to the farmer. So this is a pilot project they are doing for the tea industry, which is facing a lot of challenge because of mixing of tea leaves from different gardens, which are of different grades. So we are trying to basically do a traceability for all the farms, all the tea gardens, and source it, the leaves all the way to where the farms are located. We're running some pilots in North Bengal and Assam area. In terms of the market opportunity, of course, we are initially starting with the tea industry where already 1,500 large tea estates and almost 45,000 STGs or small tea growers are there. It is the second largest region in the world which produces tea, the northeastern part of India. The next target is the 40,000 plus registered brands, which are actually growing in number. And even with the government scheme of one district, one product, there is a story that needs to be told for every product. Finally, in terms of our business model, we are selling our package as a solution for the brands, both the IoT as well as the blockchain component. Other thing is like we are providing this data to the buyers, especially the bulk buyers in foreign countries, be able to trace back the information that we are providing. The other thing is we're encouraging the customers basically by giving them a token for consuming the data that we are providing. Currently, companies like TraceX, Vlinder, and Scantrus are also performing the same thing. But the differentiator for us will be we are using IoT as one of the component where we're getting the traceability data all the way to the ground. And other thing is a token economics that we have introduced where we are encouraging the customers to use to check this data. In terms of where we are so far, we started off with our product development in January. Right now, we have actually completed our the IoT portion of our solution. We built certain hardwares which will be specifically used for those data collection from the tea gardens. And currently, we are building the blockchain and the token economics right now. And by the first quarter of 2023, that's when we're expecting to launch a product in the market. In terms of our impact, our solution will actually help highlight the impact of the brands that we registered and help them achieve their UNDP sustainable goal as mentioned here. We're seeking US $250,000 to complete the product development for our product and be able to finally launch the solution in the market. This is our team. Myself, my co-founder, Professor Nirabandar Singh, has around 48 years of agriculture research experience. We have also sales and marketing team, both in the US and in India, who are trying to get that connect the buyers connect from across the globe. These are some of the grants that we have received so far, the notably being the BIREC Big Grant and also the Startup India Seed Fund, all after participating in the Land Accelerator program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aroshil. The Q&A session is open now.
One quick question, the data which you are collecting in the form of a data set, certain that are you also looking for the productization of that data? More from the industries like the asset owners, insurance or financial services?
Yes, definitely. The first thing that we're doing is the data that we're collecting, we're actually validating those data. The source of data is validated or not. And especially with the partnership we're doing, we're partnered with a company which is built on blockchain itself, which is basically saving this IoT-based data on the application. And we are able to provide like a separate ledger for every brand. We're using some open source blockchain tool, namely Hyperledger is one of the tools that we're using, by which we're able to create a separate ledger for every single brand. So that way, when the need arises, the brand has the ability to provide the data to whichever third party they are looking for. So that way, the confidentiality of the data is also maintained. It's a private blockchain they were building for each brand. And they have the ability to give this data to whoever, whether it's the buyer or the upper side of the supply chain who is looking for such data.
And this data is going in form of a data set, right?
Correct.
Last one. Okay, so we carry on. Thanks, Aeroshil. Next, we would like to invite Miller from Sense Argo Private Limited.
He needs hand mic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my friends. Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Miller Rajendran from Sri Lanka, Colombo. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Sense Agro Solution. We make farmers to grow more with less. We are a cutting-edge precision agriculture technology company to supporting 500 million smallholder farmers in the world. We believe we figure out the way to bring cutting-edge technology to the smallholders and which is affordable and hyper-localized to the tailor-made environment. We proved that with 7,000 farmers so far. So I'm a fifth-generation farmer from Sri Lanka, but I never saw my father make profit in my entire life. The biggest problem for that, our intuition-based farming is date back more than 3,000 years. The practices, the hybrid varieties, the current climate change, food production cost, and all the crop damages and various things we currently facing are not matched with our intuition-based farming. The conventional farmers are suffering and they're far from optimum. So by 2050, we have to produce 70% more food. This number is all over the world. So, but what's the solution for it? And we are working out to a way to produce more with less without compromising the future. That's what the ultimate key is all about. This is the magic. So we are a precision agriculture technology company, just like any other company in the world. But our specialization, we bring down the technology which is localized to the smallholder farmers environment, and we figure out the way. We collect 4 different layers of information. We manufacture the hardware in-house in Sri Lanka, and all the AI to IoT platform, the cutting edge technologies are in-house. At the same time, with real-time data utilization, we make that into predictive crop-specific intelligence. That's sort of our key. And we're working with horticulture, berry farmers, flower farmers, and perennial crop varieties around Sri Lanka. And fortunately, thanks to the COVID, we are in 6 countries at this moment. So these are the crop varieties we're working on, mostly high-value horticulture crops. We're working directly with agribusinesses to support this. At the same time, these are proven, digitally locked data sources you can find out in terms of 8 to 15% improvement in yield, and over 30% reduction in terms of chemical, water, labor, and energy utilization, if you consider. And we're providing and integrating with ERP systems and traceability blockchain platform for farm-to-fork traceability also without human interventions. Our business model, we have 2 different business models. One is B2B, directly we're working with agribusinesses and research institute, NGOs, and direct to farmers in medium and large scale. At the same time, we have a B2B to F model to go global through making partnership around the world, especially irrigation companies, greenhouse builders, and agro consultation services. They interface us in 6 different countries around the world. And we are the first company in the world to go pay-as-you-go subscription model, including for hardware, which made the solution reach out to smallholders without a fear of capital expenses, without adapting an alien technology for their farming operation, which is 2,000 years old. So far, we are slightly over 6,000 farmers, almost 7,000. And globally, we have 8 partners. Consistently, we're having projects through them. And we are in 6 countries at the moment: Ecuador, Sri Lanka, Japan, Australia, Middle East, and so on. Very recently, we incorporated in Malaysia, Philippines, and Saskatchewan, Canada as well for a project. Thanks to WRI, we are getting into Ecuador, our first global product going out of Sri Lanka. So our ultimate focus is key drivers are number of farmers. Each farmer costs around $20 as a revenue we consider as per year because it's a SaaS model. And our ultimate target is to reach out 1 million farmers by creating 250 partners, just like the 8 partners we so far be having. So we are in Sri Lanka. We incorporated the company in Queensland last July because of the financial year. And we're expecting with the Queensland company, with the traction, we can reach up to 1 million farmers by 2025 and reach around $20 million as revenue. So far, we are $120,000 revenue making company in a SaaS model. So we are in a fundraising pre-A series just to become, to overcome the COVID impact that we had. So this pre-A series will be $350,000 we are seeking in a $3 million valuation. It's purely on an inventory access for the global market access. So branding in global business development and R&D to customize the platform a little bit to have a buffer to create the global market. So Sri Lanka is a tiny market. Going global is our ultimate key. That's one of the main reasons I'm standing in front of you today. So sustainability is in our DNA. We were known for sustainability since our inauguration in 2017, December. We were recognized by global environments like Slush Global in Helsinki, Climate Launchpad in Edinburgh, including Asia Pacific Food. We are one of the 15 companies who presented so far. So we are a new generation farmers and engineers. We have proven entrepreneurs for the last 8 years with we are generated a bootstrap company to earn more than $1 million, and we are running on that. At the same time, we have a fantastic advisory board membership with Citibank International and John Keels, the largest conglomerate in Sri Lanka, and his president. We have 40 years of agri-value chain sector. And we were recognized as one of the top 5 irrigation technology company for our technological perspective by an Austria-based independent organization. Okay, so that's it from me. I'm more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Miller.
Thank you, everyone.
Request the investor panel to ask their questions.
Hi.
Yes, hello.
What is the investment that a farmer needs to make to implement your solution? And what is the economic outcome for the farmer?
Sure, madam. So we're working with B2B environments mostly. So a nucleus farming cluster where the corporate have farmer clusters. So the corporate as the people who sign up with us. So we cover up around $20 as a revenue from a farmer. So if we go in a subscription model, per installation of a sensor, which is cost roughly $14 in Sri Lankan rupees, it's around 5,000 rupees. So a sensor and a controller for a 2,000 square feet greenhouse, it's around $30 per month. So that's the entire thing, which include the application and hardware. So by $30 per month, in a 3 months crop rotation, they can simply pay back and recover profit. That's how we choose the crop. That's the choosing of crop is play a big role here, especially like capsicum, berries, and flowers are major focus area so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be around, so happy to answer any questions in between. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Miller.
Pleasure.
Now we welcome Debayan from Rodocean International Private Limited.
Hello, everybody. My name is Debayan Mukherjee. I'm the co-founder of Cosmic Beans. So we are a social enterprise working in the coffee value chain across the Himalayan region in the Northeast specifically, promoting climate resilient farm practices and creating livelihoods for them. So coming to the problem, coffee happens to be one of the largest drunk beverages in the world, whereas over the next 20 to 30 years, more than 50% of the production will reduce. Coffee itself is growing at a CAGR of 8% year on year, which would create a large gap in supply chain. So this is an estimated area where coffee zone is currently, which would become in the next 30 years to something like this. So to solve this problem, we started going on ground to create new zones. We are doing specifically in areas where they have been planting oranges, which has also been affected as a climate change. So we are bringing it in an alternate plantation crop as coffee. So the total market size globally is more than $460 billion. India itself is a tea specific country, but it still has a $1 billion market size. Totally, we plan to reach around 10 million plus households in the next 3 to 5 years. So a comparative analysis. So we are one of the first to be bringing Himalayan coffee in the market. So there are other brands which also gives us an opportunity to supply to them in the longer run. So main customer segment currently is B2B. We supply to cafes and restaurants, smaller versions. We haven't had production large enough to go in for exports, which we are fortunate to have this year, probably, which would be in the range of around 150 to 200 tons. So this is a brand which we launched recently. So the specification of this brand is, as it's called Cosmic Beans, all the products are named after constellations based on their flavor profiles. So currently our sales channels are mainly B2B segment, but we also do D2C through word of mouth marketing, have been recently launched in Amazon and Flipkart. So what we're planning to do is we are planning to build the world's first Himalayan coffee experience center. This would also work as a roastery for us and increase our margins by double the amount that we are currently doing. The social impact, currently we are restoring around 1,000 hectares of land, working with around 2,000 plus farmers, which over the next 2 to 3 years, we plan to take 10x up to 10,000 hectares of land, 100 plus villages and more than 6,000 plus farmers. So currently we are raising around 100,000. This would help us for a year, and the fund distributed would be utilized for setting up a roastery. Apart from that, there's marketing, technology in terms of creating traceability, in terms of blockchain implementation, white labeling. This fund would help us grow 10x over the next 2 years. So we have been fortunate enough to be incubated by 2 IIMs and supported by Land Accelerator and Sangam Ventures and WRI. So the team consists of 3 of us as founders: Shubhankar, who has an experience in coffee processing and roasting from Coffee Board of India. I have a background in marketing and sales. Debarati is based out of Amsterdam, and she looks for exports and others. Sharab, Shubhadeep, and Pinaki are currently employees who's working on impact coordination, operations, and digital marketing. Thank you. I'll have any questions.
Thanks, Deban. So if anyone has questions from the investor panel.
Right. So currently we are at par with the South Indian coffee, which consists of 97% of the Indian market. So in a B2C segment, we have a premium for the Himalayan coffee brand. But last year itself, there was a price hike due to uneven rainfall patterns in South India, which was up to 40%. So even if our cost of production was a bit higher, so we could match them at par, and in fact, give better prices in the global market. So basically, D2C is a longer vision for us currently. But what we have seen from the market itself, anybody who is procuring or creating South Indian coffee right now would obviously have an impact or an interest in the Himalayan coffee because of the flavor profiles. As far as testing done, it has similarities to Ethiopian coffee. So I would say Blue Tokai itself would be an opportunity to somebody we would supply rather than competing at this current stage.
So I've seen in Nepal like great brand coming up in coffee, Himalayan Java, and it is actually pretty good. And lots of people are actually buying it and taking it as a souvenir as well. So and Himalayan coffee, you're right, it has a very different taste, which is not comparable in another place.
Right.
So if you position it right, it may be having some kind of other value propositions as well.
Yes.
So it's far more superior. Yeah.
Right. So Nepal is the only other country who's doing Himalayan coffee in the larger scale. But Indian soil and the coffee is a shade grown crop, right? So the coffee nature depends on the other crops that is growing alongside it. So what we ask farmers to do is plant trees like avocado and Malta, which has also other potential value. At the same time, on a granular level, we have created individual so our USP is the geographic locations per se. So for example, if a coffee is coming from Meghalaya, it would be washed in the waterfall. So that would have a unique proposition to it there. So that is how we create the difference.
Thanks, Devan.
Thank you, everybody.
I can.
There's the last one, which is coming from.
The climate resilient agricultural practices, what I gathered is that you all are doing intercropping with the crops you just mentioned. Apart from that, is there anything else
No,
that you're doing?
basically how it started was that orange was one of the main production in that belt where we started working, and due to climate change that reduced drastically. So coffee started to be introduced as a major cash crop for the future. And in terms of integration is concerned, so we also try to put in high value other trees that comes in, as I was mentioning, avocado or Malta that has potential there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devan. Now we would like to welcome Aparna Saxena. She's online from Rich Impact as an investor. Hi, Aparna.
Hi,
Yeah, welcome.
thank you. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm joining in from Jakarta. Sorry, I couldn't personally be there. Yeah, but it's great to see marked progress and change from last year, right? So I'm really liking the flow. Yeah,
Great.
pretty interesting startup.
So now we invite Anubhav. He's representing Biocraft Innovation Private Limited. Welcome, Anubhav.
Hello. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Anubhav Mittal, co-founder of Biocraft Innovation Private Limited. So we are creating plastic alternatives using bamboo as a biomass. So we are basically creating value for any kind of agri residue which is generated throughout India in agriculture, and also any of the biomass, and using a proprietary technology that has been in-house developed, which is waterless technology. We create thermoplastic granules which go potentially into any kind of plastic machinery to create alternatives to single-use plastic and other applications. So our solution is basically any crop residue, whether it's wheat, bagasse, bamboo waste, cotton. A farmer at his farm gate can convert it into fibers and give it to iBass, which then converts it into thermoplastic granules. These granules then go into standard plastic machinery. So the user doesn't have to do any change in their machine. I mean, no capital expenses required. And products like fibers, bottles, single-use plastic applications, packaging can be created out of it. So our business model is purely B2B. We supply granules to plastic manufacturers. Our market is primarily the raisins market, which in India itself is around $42 billion market. And globally, it's a $500 billion market. It's one of the largest markets for industrial commodities. So we are first targeting the packaging side. So the impact that we bring in is we are converting a lot of wasteland into bamboo farms. And we are supporting those farmers by buying back that bamboo. And then the farms that are created becomes more like a carbon sequestering zones. So we are also working towards creating carbon credits for those farms, which can again further boost the farmer's income. Then agriculture waste, we are creating a value out of it. So farmer doesn't need to burn it, and it increases their income. And we are solving the plastic problem. So this is a first pilot that has been set up in state of Uttarakhand. This is a proprietary machinery that has been set up. The left side is the bamboo granules have been created using the technology. These are some of the products that customers have prepared and coming into the market and also being exported out of India. So myself, I'm Anubhav Mittal. I did my BTech from IIT Delhi, 2002 batch in polymers and textiles. And my MBA is from Paris. I've been like 17 years working abroad. 2017 came back to India. 2019 we started off this project to create sustainable plastic alternatives. So far we have set up our first pilot, which is a 500-ton capacity annually. We have clocked almost a revenue of 40 million rupees. We have filed 2 patents and 1 patent is under process. And we are further raising our for our basically market development. So we are raising around $2 million, which we are needing to build the team as well as creating awareness. And we want to create a kind of a demand capture platform for sustainable solutions, which buyers are seeking across the world, and give them the right solutions. And as well as create a kind of marketing office in Western part of the world where a lot of demand is there. So our current cap table, we have already raised a pre-seed round through G2 Angel Network, and we have been supported with a lot of state and national government funds. So we want to reach 1,000 tons capacity in next 12 to 18 months. So that's our vision. So thank you. Let me know any questions if you have.
Thank you, Anil.
Anyone who wants to see the product.
Sorry, Anubhav, what is the process for conversion of the granule to the product? Is it the normal injection molding standard plastic process? And is this fully biodegradable or is this mixed with plastic? So there's no plastic in this at all?
Yes, there's no plastic as well. No, it's a composite. So there is starch, there is some bioplasticizers, but bamboo is almost 50 to 60%. And we are species agnostic, so we don't need any specific bamboo from any specific region. No aging is required. We can even use the waste of bamboo from agarbatti industry or any other industry.
Bioplastic that you were talking about?
So these are bioplasticizers. So these are natural derived polymers, but they are not suitable directly to be used on a plastic industry. I mean, on the same molds and machines. So we create a composite using bamboo fiber so that it gives them the strength and body so that when injection molding is done, the product can be, sturdy and usable.
I'm not sure if I missed it, but what is the durability?
2 years.
And after that, end of life?
End of life, once in contact in soil, it starts degrading.
Over what period of time?
Approximately 2 years. So it depends on the thickness, wall thickness. So more the wall thickness, it'll take more time. If it's like a poly bag or some microns, then within 180 days or something, it can degrade.
And there's no leaching or like in that period of time, it's probably going to land up in a, say, a landfill or something.
It's
There's
all
no
bio-based.
leaching.
So we have already tested it. So it's food contact safe.
And what are the recycle options for this? You said it's recyclable, right?
Yeah, it can be recycled back into pellets and can be reused again.
For the same product, there's no
For the similar
degradation
product,
as
but
there are in plastics.
definitely some strength loss will be there. But it can be then blended with some fresh pellets and then can be used again.
Thank you, Anubhav.
Thank you.
Value proposition you are bringing to the farmer? I think one, you said that you are helping them market their products to you.
Yes. See,
and apart from that,
yeah, in India presently, the problem with the bamboo is that we don't use it industrially. So it's mainly in handicraft where it goes, or it goes in construction industry. So the bamboo cost roughly, it's a buyer's market. So a farmer doesn't get realization more than 2,000 rupees a ton, 2,000, 3,000 rupees a ton. But in our value proposition, we can go up to 5,000-10,000 also rupees per ton, which is similar to what a bamboo grower in China also is able to generate. Because that is where, when the industrially it can starts getting absorbed, then there's a consistent demand for all 12 months.
Okay.
And-
One another question is, are you also helping them get into that carbon credit thing?
Yes, that we are working on.
You're
Yeah.
providing that consulting solution to them?
Yes, yes, to the farmers with the plantations which we are working
With
with.
the plantation, like FPOs and all.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, good.
Through state bamboo missions primarily.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we have. Yeah. Hurry.
So, Anubhav, there is one question from Maya. She's online. She's asking about the LCA of the products made from your granules. If you can talk a bit more about.
Yeah. So our products primarily, since they use bamboo, bamboo is the highest, most carbon negative biomass on this planet. Because of its high carbon sequestering and the fast growth that it's able to renew itself in a year's time. So because of that, our products usually have a negative carbon footprint in the life cycle analysis. And secondly, bamboo doesn't need an irrigation. So it's mostly rain fed. So again, it reduces its carbon footprint. So overall, it's a negative carbon footprint product. So anything made out of it will also be a negative carbon footprint.
Thank you. Next, we would like to welcome Hessen Forestry India Private Limited, represented by Deepayan.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Deepayan from Hessen Ventures. So Hessen is an organization which provides integrated natural climate solutions with an objective of providing economic, environmental, and sustainable returns. So how it starts is now we are seeing a lot of distress because of economic development around us. And, the sad part is for the economic development, we are destroying nature, right? So the concept came in Hessen that why can't we build build natural assets through regenerative process, and we can make an alternative, or we can build an alternative economic development process, right? So the challenge is there are many, market players in this sector, but they work in a very scattered manner, in a very, low profile manner, or, their projects are not quality projects, right? And those projects are not equitable through the institutional investment. So what Hessen does, Hessen actually comes in the picture as an end-to-end solution provider and create an alternative revenue mechanism or alternative institutional public-private investment mechanism. And we ensure that the benefit goes to the end user particularly. So these are the three major services we provide. The main service is institutional scale natural climate solution, where we identify large scale degraded lands, and we try to incorporate regenerative projects like it can be reforestation, afforestation, regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, right? And we try to register those projects to mobilize global carbon revenue, right? And also we are into small scale forestry solutions, basically implementing urban forest, oxygen parks, biodiversity parks, like that. So we are also into advisory services for the institutions or organizations who have net zero policy or net zero target. This is the impact so far. So we have planted 1 million native trees so far, and we particularly target for native species. So we have 75 plus native species, and we have created more than 100 forests. So this is our goal, basically to regenerate 100 million hectare, to regenerate 100 million hectare of land by 2035 profitably. Now here is a very interesting thing that if we are able to do so, we will be able to, do carbon sequestration for 100 million ton of carbon per annum, which is approximately 1/3 of the carbon emission for a country like France. So you can understand the impact we can provide, and we can also provide this biodiversity and restore habitats, and definitely create a lot of livelihoods, especially for the last mile end users like farmers, or it can be FPOs. So these are the institutional scales right now we have. right from the northern part of the country to the southern part of the country. And total we are targeting through our institutional project approximately 70,000 hectares of land. So out of the 4 existing big projects, 2 projects are in a very advanced stage, and one is in Madhya Pradesh, particularly targeting for Bundelkhand region of Panna and Chhatrapur district, and another one is in Rajasthan, which is targeting Udaipur, Jaipur, and Rajsamand district. We're also into urban forest creation, right? So we are having approximately 15 projects covering 300 hectares of land. So this is the business model. Now, how Hessen is very different from other market players. We provide end-to-end service, means the originating, designing, executing, and managing an entire project. And we try to identify the carbon investors who had the net zero target or net zero policy. And we also have the land bank, right? So we work with the ground level partners very closely. We work with the farmers, right? So we know which project is there and what kind of funders are there. We connect them and we manage entire project. And we also ensure that the major part of the revenue goes to the end users, and the carbon buyers, they get the VCO or verified carbon units, and we charge a management fee and credit out of that. So this is our investment ask. Right now, we are targeting approximately 6 projects for next 2 years. 6 projects means institutional scale big projects. And out of that, we are expecting approximately 50% of success rate. If so, then for just project development, launching and registration of the project, per project, we need approximately $500,000 for 3 projects. And for team expansion plan, we need approximately $250,000 per year. So total our investment ask is for $2 million USD. So the advantage is we have a very diversified and very, ground level team. The diversification of the talent, varies from social forestry to capital investment. I'm from a renewable energy market. For last 1 decade, I was in renewable energy market, and we have a very strong relationship with the ground level partners and the farmers. So this is the core team. And I work as a director of business development. These are our advisors. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any question.
Thanks, Dipan.
Yes.
Hi, Dipan. Even one quick question on the MRV part of it. Can you explain a little how are you doing the MRV and what are the technical solutions around?
So this part you're talking. Okay, so the thing is, we have different stakeholders, right? So for an end-to-end solution provider, we try to identify some partners who can do an assessment for us, the monitoring and valuation, or all such things, right? So I will give an example, whatever is happening right now. So in our Madhya Pradesh project, we had identified a ground partner. We have a very good reach within the local farmers or the local FPOs, right? And we also try to understand that whether they have a very good connection with the local institution who can provide technological support or something like that. So it's not easy for us to go to the field because these projects take long time, right? If we are, as an end-to-end solution provider, if we are entering into every field and doing every activity, that is very difficult. So that's how we believe in the consortium model. We try to collaborate with this technological provider, and that's how we operate.
Since the MRV itself takes a little bit amount of, considering the solution which you are going rather than.
True. It's a very good question. Actually, that's how what we do. We divide the project into phases. If we are targeting for 15,000 hectare of land, initially we target for a pilot project, which can be 500 hectare or 1,000 hectare, right? What we do bootstrapping if you are not getting any investor, because all these projects are, they haven't got any investment so far. So I know there are some advancement in terms of discussion, but nothing has been finalized yet. So we try to do bootstrapping for this 500 or 1,000 hectares of land, and that's how we want to showcase that what can be the impact in the future. Got the point? And then we just try to scale it up. That's how the model works.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I wanted to understand how you get the land bank. You said we curate
Yes.
and have the land bank.
Yeah.
The part you said about what you're planning to do on carbon market entry?
Yeah, that is also a very challenging thing. So what we do, see, if you are working with individual farmers, it's very difficult to get, 15,000 hectares of land or 10,000 hectares of land. So it is a blended model. If you're working in Panna district or Chhatrapur district of Madhya Pradesh, what we try to do, if there are individual farmers available in a particular region, and then also we try to approach them through some local ground partners. And also, as an example, for our pilot project in Madhya Pradesh, right now we have 500 plus hectare of land, right? And out of that, around 109 hectare of land is, coming from approximately 69 farmers, right? And the remaining land, what we are doing, we are targeting for community lands. Or, or if any land is there from the government. So working with government is a challenge, but first we try to get it from the, community land. If one panchayat is working anywhere, that can be a scenario for Uttarakhand, right? So it is a blended model for community land and the individual's farmer land. That's why we want to scale it up. Otherwise, taking all the individual farmers is very challenging. And that also we do through the ground partners.
And then how does the profit sharing work? Like these farmers or the community land also, you have to give something back, right?
So what happens once you register on one project, then you have to form one SPV, right? So whatever verified carbon units you are generating, that will be going to the investors, and that the whatever amount you are getting, right, that will be directly channelized through the there will be a proper sharing model, which has not been decided for each project because they are in, we haven't decided that how much who will get. But out of that, a minimal portion we take as a management and operation fee. And most of the portion, I must say 80 to 90% should go to the farmers or the community landowners. That's how the sharing happens.
And your margins?
So right now, as I told, nothing has been finalized yet, but we are targeting approximately 5 to 10% at the initial stage.
So the revenue that was mentioned for last year, that 1.3 CR?
Last year revenue was 1.35 crore.
Correct.
Yeah.
So the margin on that was?
So that was mainly like, so there is a history. In 2020, actually, Alap was there in the 2020 cohort. Now, Alap has transformed into Hessen Ventures. And also Acacia Eco, there is an organization who are mainly into urban forestry activity. So that also got merged with Hessen Ventures. So most of the projects came from either Alap or, Acacia Eco. So right now it is Hessen Ventures, and we are the for-profit entity, private limited entity, which is Hessen Forestry India Private Limited.
Thank you, Dipan.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Next, last for the session is Vasumitra Life Energies Private Limited, represented by Bhushan.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bhushan, CEO of Vasumitra Life Energies Private Limited, and we are reimagining agriculture beyond organic. So let me start with a case study of Mr. Patel. We intervened on his farm of watermelon a couple of years back, and the result was his soil organic carbon went up by 0.3, yield by 5 metric tons, and input costs were reduced by 5,000 rupees. But the most of the farmers are stuck in a vicious cycle of higher costs and lower yields. So thereby they accrue significant losses. And for that, we have developed a system, Sanjeevan system, which basically comprises of revival of water, revival of soil, and revival of plants. So our product range, which has 35 products, are divided into 4 categories, with key focus areas of carbon sequestration, abiotic stress management, biotic stress management, and chemical fertilizer replacement using ionic and nanonutrients. Currently, we are working on formulation of nanourea, which basically is a process. The process that we are using is 100% organic process, and we have filed a patent for it. And our competitors were IFCO, one of the largest farmer cooperatives in India. They have already commercialized nano urea. And government is today focusing on nanonutrients to replace high-cost chemical fertilizers. So our competitors are mainly agrochemical companies and bioorganic companies. And we stand out because we provide cost-effective and result-oriented replacements. So these are some of the photographs of our farm extension activities. Our founders, we have 4 co-founders who have given their life's work for development of Sanjeevan system. And we have highly capable executive team who is now taking that forward. Indigram, WRI, and Sangam Ventures are helping us find investors and also market linkages at global and Indian level. So coming to our numbers, last year, 21-22, we closed at 13.25 CR. This year, we are on the way to about 16.5 to 17 CR. And we have raised, we have debt of 6.25 CR and 3.75 CR of promoters equity. And we have impacted 70,000 farmers through 1,200 retailers, 5 sugar factories in the states of Maharashtra, UP, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, and Karnataka. And we have 65 employees, out of which 20% are women. And we aim to reach about 230 crore by 26-27, and we need $2 million in funding. And utilization is mainly for research, sales and marketing, inventory buildup, and liquid production. Liquid production ramp up, sorry. And we already have some interest from strategic investors who are waiting for us to go slightly to achieve slightly higher turnovers. And also considering the traction and current scenario in Indian agriculture and global agriculture, IPO is also, it can also be a viable option. So that's it from me. Thank you so much for hearing me out, and any questions, please feel free to ask.
If anyone would like to ask, we have 2 minutes in our hands.
So just to get a sense, how much productivity like increase or like stabilization happens after this product, like on an average?
Productivity?
Yeah, because when you are saying that it's a chemical free thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it is used, like the productivity increase or stabilize, how it is like in terms of per
we have
acreage?
developed product in a way that they can be replaced. I mean, chemicals can be replaced immediately.
Yeah.
And without any loss of productivity.
Okay.
Yeah. So most of the cases, productivity increases, but what we can say is that there is no loss and the costs also come down.
Okay. And what kind of percentage increase, like any
In terms of productivity?
Yeah.
We have seen case studies, I mean, across the areas of about 15 to 20% rise in different crops.
Thank you. So if there's no one else, we
Thank you
would
so
wrap
much.
up this session. Thank you, Bhushan. And we would request you all to support me with for coming back, because this is the last session, and we would like to start on time and end on time, because few of the investors, as a few of our participants might have to leave early. So we are breaking up now. I won't count the time, but we're coming back at 3:50, 3:50 p.m.
lobby outside, but we're going to continue in here. So I want to invite us to hear the remaining 9 companies. We'll start with Fermentech. And I don't know, are these companies? These companies are from our 2020 and 2021 cohort. We will be having 3 minutes of pitches, followed by 2 minutes of question and answers. And at the end of that, everybody's free to network and stay around here, eat snacks and tea and coffee. So without further ado, I'm going to invite us to give a round of applause. So we're starting with the round of applause, people. I'm going to invite us to start with a round of applause for Siddharth Arora of Fermentech Labs, who is making your juice, today. Let's see what he's got to say with his technology. Come on up. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Amanda. It's great to be back at the Land Accelerator, and good time to present actually just after tea, I guess. So good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Siddharth Arora from Fermentech Labs. So 350 million tons of agro waste is generated each year in India, and of which when just 15 million tons of paddy straw will be burned in these 2 months, it will amount to 32 million more cars in our streets. And this will also, result in reduction of lifespan of the Delhi height by 5 to 10 years. In addition to this, we have thousands of tons of waste coming from industries like fruit juice, potato chip, palm oil, coffee, only to be incinerated and landfilled. There are solutions, but there are challenges as well to those solutions. Since biomass density is too low, so the transportation costs are high. High silica content in some of these waste like paddy straw means that the industrial boiler design needs to be modified. And a recent study shows that waste to energy plants are in fact more hazardous to health. So we at Fermentech are offering a circular bioeconomy solution where, combined with our novel bioreactor and our proprietary microorganisms, we are converting these waste into enzymes, prebiotics, high calorific value fuel pellets, and simple sugars in a single process. In simple words, we are converting these waste into enzymes which you use in your daily consumables like fruit juice, bakery, textile, detergents, and even cough syrup. So we use a new bioreactor for this, which enables high agro waste loading aseptically. It offers in situ pretreatment and product recovery. And we also have exclusive technology rights for this technology from IIT Roorkee. We have also published few performance parameters in peer-reviewed international journals. Now, coming on to the targets industry, the spectrum is quite broad, but we have found traction in the food grade sector, particularly in the bakery industry, where one of our enzymes, xylanase, which we have made from sugarcane grass. So when just 15 ml of this xylanase is substituted to 100 kg flour, it results in excellent bed height volume enhancement of the bread and rusk. So Aurora Flavors and Chemicals Private Limited in Madurai is our first customer to use our enzymes in their bakery formulation. Fruit juice industry, just 20 ml of each pectinase and amylase when substituted to 400 liter of apple juice pulp results in excellent clarification of the apple juice. So this year we have received a repeat order from Minchie's Fruit Juice Himachal. And as of July this year, we are also FSSAI certified, which enables us to do online transaction with the FMCGs. And the technology also has socio-environmental impact, where we have demonstrated that how 2 of the biomasses, pain point to the state of Uttarakhand, that is pine needles and a weed parthenium, were successfully converted into industrial enzymes. In the process, we have been associated with 28 farmers across Roorkee, and we have added around 6,000 rupees to their annual income. And an impact assessment study by a third party, Sphera, claims that our GHG emissions are 97% less, and we use 85% less water as compared to the base case. And this has also been validated by the scientific community in our recent publication in Renewable Energy. So the enzyme market worldwide is around $7 billion, and in India, this market is around 4,000 crores. And in the next 3 years, our target is to reach 100 crores. So coming on to the go-to-market strategy, it is, we follow a lean startup methodology, and more importantly, we are focusing on customer as a partner approach, where we intend to partner with an industry which is generating agro-waste. For example, HPMC Parwanu, manufacturer of fruit juice, generates around 60 tons of apple pomace daily during the crushing season. Godrej generates around 200 tons of palm oil daily. So instead of directly subjecting these waste into the boilers, what we are proposing them is that we use these waste as a raw material to make enzymes and give them the enzymes and a better calorific value fuel pellets. So we are looking forward to raise 1.5 CR to establish the pilot scale assembly line, which is now at 70% readiness level. And then next year we are looking forward to raise around 1.5 million euros, which will give us a revenue of at least 50 to 60 lakh rupees per month. So the team basically technical comprises of IIT Roorkee alumni and students. And we have roped in 4 students from IIM Kashipur who are developing, helping and developing the market research. So that's all from my side, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Siddharth, for that amazing presentation. We have time for probably 1 or 2 questions if any of the judges would like, or they're not judges, investors. Sorry. Anybody turning on that mic? I might want to see, I love to see revenue, so I'm going to do it. Show me your revenue slide again and talk about your traction really fast.
Yeah. So as I said, the pilot assembly line is still at 70% readiness level, but yes, we have been able to, do some little revenue with the enzymes that we are able to, make with the incubator support. So not much, but really looking forward to the projections in the coming months.
Can you quickly talk about your products versus alternatives that's available in the market?
Yeah. So our product are, synthesized using a technique called solid state fermentation, which actually gives a consortia of enzymes. And the biomass hydrolysis is actually sometimes more efficient when you use this technology. So it also, brings down the production cost. And with one validation in the textile industry, with Welspun, we have been able to combine 2 unit operations into one, that is de-sizing and bioscouring, which actually happens, in a separate container in a process using the traditional enzymes. So this is one advantage that, one use case in the textile industry that we can cite. But yes, so biomass hydrolysis with low loading can be achieved using our enzymes.
So thank you so much. I think we'd like to bring up now Amthi Thumong from InDev Solutions. Amthi, come on up.
Hello, everyone. We are InDev, and we are aggregating producer companies for sustainable livelihoods and sustainable environment. So we work with both categories of agri-value chain stakeholders as our customers, the FPCs or the farmer producer companies on one side, as well as the buyer organizations and market linkage providers on the other side. The problem that we are addressing is the unsustainable livelihoods for smallholder farmers all across the country. The solution that we're implementing is we are acting as a technology-driven producer company aggregator, and we are implementing this market-led solution at 2 anchor projects. Project number 1 is bamboo producer companies in Northeast India with Assam Biorefinery, 50,000 plus small bamboo producers across 4 states in Northeast India and 50 FPCs. Anchor project number 2, farmer producer companies in Rajasthan for Kota Agri Markets Private Mandi. We're working with 14 FPCs covering 14,000 plus grains and oilseeds farmers across Rajasthan. The unique value proposition for InDev is that we are the only one out there that's providing the 4 factors that FPCs need for long-term sustainability and scalability: technology, business and management support, capital, and market linkages. This just shows that we are the only ones out there that's providing these 4 factors that I just talked about. The technology platform that we have is an agri-fintech solution that leverages artificial intelligence-based synthetic data and computer vision technology. So the benefits that this delivers is tremendous savings in cost, effort, and time. The business model that we have is that we generate revenue through our fees for services to the producer companies, as well as fees for services to the buyer organizations and market linkage providers. Plus, we'll be generating revenue from our technology platform uses fees, the carbon credits and carbon revenues that we'll be certifying, commissions from input providers and output buyers, commissions from the financial service providers that will aggregate and add commissions on our technology platform. The market potential is quite significant. The total addressable market is 18,000 producer companies or $1.2 billion. The target market that we'll really go after is 6,000 producer companies or $400 million. The traction in recent months has been quite big. We have signed MOUs with different organizations covering 28 producer companies to be established, covering 28,000 plus bamboo farmers. The unit economics for InDev per producer company is quite favorable. The total cumulative revenue per producer company is 97 lakhs over 5 years and 4.6 crores over 12 years. In 2022, we would be doing around 65 lakhs of revenue. For 2025, we are projecting we'll be working with 50 producer companies and 9 crores rupees revenue. 2033, we are projecting we'll be working with 300 producer companies and 137 crores revenue. The impact on the sustainable livelihoods front will generate additional net income of 80,000 rupees per farmer producer per year for 50,000 plus farmer producers in 5 years. The impact on the sustainable environment front is again quite significant, 9.73 million tons of carbon emission reduction per year from the 500,000 tons of bamboo that will be converted to bioethanol that will be blended with petrol. And in addition, 6 million tons of carbon sequestration and carbon emission reduction over 30 years from the 70,600 hectares of new bamboo plantations that would enable. The ask that we have is for 48 lakhs rupees or $65,000 in investments. Would you utilize these investments to build out our team for regional outreach and business development across different states in Northeast India? The team that we have currently in our organization, my name is MT Thaumong. I'm the CEO and founder. The other core team members are Rekha Barua, who is the co-founder and takes care of market development. Partha Patwari and Seng Barua are also other members of the project team. I'll be happy to have any questions that I could address if there's any. Thank you.
Thank you, MT. And yes, we're open for questions or comments as well. Anybody have any questions or comments?
Just wanted to check. So how have you been able to attract these producers onto the platform? And did you say they're actually paying for being onto the platform? Is that what I heard?
Yeah. So the in terms of how we are attracting the farmer producers, we are essentially a market-led solution implementer. So we first ensure that there are market linkage providers that we are working with. And once we have those market linkages, we create those farmer producer companies, or we find the farmer producer companies that fit what the market linkage provider is looking for. So once we have the market linkage, it's quite easy to attract the farmer producer company or the farmer producer company members. So once we have the market linkage, we are able to attract the farmer producer company and the farmer producer company members to what we are trying to implement.
Yes, I see Rajani, followed by Amit.
Quota. This quota FPC, you've been able to link, I think, 5 FPCs through
14 FPCs. 14 FPCs.
So what is the main thing that you're doing over there? Is it market linkages or is it capital, or like I saw the 4 verticals?
Yeah, so for the private mandi at Kota, what we are doing is essentially working with the farmer producer companies to ensure that they carry out sustainable cultivation and harvesting practices. That is number 1. And 2 is essentially we are ensuring or enabling them to get their produce to the place where Kota Agri Market would be setting up the private mandi. It's not yet operational. So we are essentially putting the entire logistics in place so that the FPCs that we are working with currently would be able to get their agri produce to the private mandi, and from at the private mandi would be implementing an online auction technology platform that would connect them to buyers across the country.
So I understand that, you know, your role will be like an incubator, isn't it? Like, for example, you will be providing them solutions with regard to their chief crops. You know, for
Yes.
example, rice is one of the crops over there. Garlic is another one, which is huge in that area. And then there is a food agro park, which also exists in Kota. You know, any linkages that you are going to provide in future, or if not, then you know, so see, the thing is market linkage. There have been many efforts in the past. E-Chopal is also there, you know. And then there have been many others. They were the pioneers. So what different value that you will be bringing to these people so that it becomes a sustainable relation for you in going forward, you know, because short-term market linkage provision is something that don't mind it, but it is something that, you know, people are able to do. So what else?
Yeah, so just to take the example of the private mandi at Kota, right? So we are essentially looking at what the requirements are. So what the requirements for the FPCs there are is that when they get their agri produce to the mandi, they want it to be sold, or they want a guarantee that it will be sold at some point in the near future. So what we are building with our client Kota Agri Market is that we are building a private mandi and integrated warehouse, right? So when the farmers get their produce to the mandi, either they can sell it at a price that they like in the mandi based on the online auction platform that will be there, or if they do not like the price, they can store it in the integrated warehouse that is there. They can and will be implementing electronic warehouse receipts financing so that the farmers can get financing based on the produce that they store in the warehouse. Plus will be also integrating with NCDX and their platform so that commodities futures and all can be enabled. So the entire ecosystem would be enabling for the farmers' benefit so that the farmers get appreciated incomes.
Well, we want to thank you for that answer. We want to thank Aimthi. We can give applause if we'd like, yeah. And we will see Anuja Duklan coming up with some tech. Perfect.
Good evening, all. Am I audible? Good evening, all. We are Suraitech Innovations LLP. I am Anuja Duklan. We are manufacturing Shilajit with secondary agriculture of Euphorbia aurelina plant. Basically, Euphorbia aurelina plant is a latex-bearing plant, which is succulent plant. It has cressulation acid metabolism. This plant does carbon sequestration. Shilajit is an Ayurvedic health supplement consumed for healthy long life, anti-aging, rejuvenation, immunity, and vigor. Its main constituents are terpenoids, ellagic acid, lupeol, rososides, benzoic acids, and saponins. Shilajit is in high demand and very expensive product. So this is the existing problem, that scarcity and ambiguity about the source of origin. We have isolated Shilajit from the source of origin, and there was a hypothesis about the Shilajit is the plant-based latex-bearing plants phyto extract, and I have developed the process that is polycondensation, polymerization, and hydrothermolysis. With this process, I have isolated this compound, which is good for, it has immunomodulatory effect, which is very useful for autoimmune disease like arthritis and diabetes, and it provides strength to our body. So as I mentioned the technology, we are providing employment to the people of Uttarakhand who are unemployed and compelled to migrate. So this plant is by the plantation of this Euphorbia rollina, we are generating employment and okay. This plant, we are isolating shilajit with the sustainable raw material, and it is pure and authentic. 20% cheaper than other shilajit which is in the market, and there are some adulteration. Market potential, our total addressable market is 10% of the global market. Serviceable available market, that is 1 billion USD, and target market, nutraceutical market segment through distributor and retail channel. So far, we are doing D2C marketing, like customers are directly approaching us, and we are generating revenue by the direct selling and repeat orders of the customers. Patanjali, Dabur, Imami, Zandu, and Baidyanath are the competitors, but they are they are collecting the shilajit with the rocks of mountain, which is not pure, and there are some impurities also. Our journey, I have received BioAsia Young Mind Award. We started our company in 2019, and I received Direct Winner Award in 2020, and RKVY Rabi Raftar Grant in 2021, selected for Land Accelerator Innovation Grant in 2021. These are our future projection. We have generated 75,000 rupees revenue last year, 2021 and 22. Our product is creating environmental and social impact. Mainly, we are generating employment for the women who are from backward areas. This is our team. We are 2 co-founders. I am Anuja. I have done my master's in physics, and Mr. Surendra Prasad, he is from finance background. Our ask is 1 crore rupees, that is $134,948. Thank you very much. I'm open for the questions.
Yes, please. Any questions? We're welcome to questions and comments. I actually have a comment or a question as well, which is, I've learned about shilajit before. I'm not sure I learned about it enough here. What is it made out of again? What is it traditionally made out of, and how are you making it?
I am making it with a plant material. With the raw material is the latex of Euphorbia rollina plant. There is a hypothesis that centuries ago, plants of Euphorbia rollina dumped under the rocks of mountain, and the polycondensation, polymerization process happened, and after that, shilajit is formed. And this shilajit has all the health benefits which my shilajit is containing. So people are extracting this raw compound from the
I have a
rocks.
question.
Yeah.
Is it an analogy that could work like a diamond that you find in the mountain versus a cultivated diamond? So is this kind of like shilajit that you find under the ground versus shilajit that you're cultivating? So it's like the same product at the end? Is that an analogy?
It is the same product because both compounds are made from the same process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions from any panelists? Well, then let's thank you so much. And next up, we've got Amit Godse from B Basket Enterprises.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amit Godse, founder of Bee Basket. We provide bees on rent for pollination purposes. Yes, we give bees on rent. We have lost almost 90% of honeybees, according to FAO. Once Albert Einstein has said, if honeybees disappeared off, within 4 years, human beings will die due to lack of pollination. Total economic value of cross-pollination is around 153 million euros. The problem we are facing right now, like seed companies, they want control pollination. Currently, they are doing by hand pollination. People won't get bees for polyhouses. So we are working on indigenous bees. Those are stingless bees. Apart from that, there are many open crops, just like onion seeds, mango, pomegranate.
onion seed market is around 10,000 acre, and farmers are not getting proper seed due to lack of pollinators. So this is the news came in Agrovision. It's a Maharashtra Daily on agriculture. So we want to become an Uber to provide precision and data-driven pollination services worldwide with the help of pollinators through our platform Paragan. Paragan is a Sanskrit word which means pollination. So these are the this is the stingless bee boxes. These are these tiny bee boxes, if you can check. And you can take these boxes anywhere. You can close the box for even 3 to 4 days. Bees won't come out. Even the pesticides, when farmers are putting pesticide or insecticide, you can close the box for 3-4 days. Bees won't come out. After 2 to 3 days, pesticide impact go off. Then you can open the box. Bees won't die after that. You can easily maintain this box. These are less disease prone to fungal. And these are the very tiny bees. The size of these bees are around 1.5 to 2 mm. So they can visit even the smaller flowers, just like mango, tulsi, onion seeds, etc. Even chili as well. The market size is around 15,000 crore, according to Hindu Business Line, and the seed market is around 18,000 crore in India, and it is constantly growing. The major competitor in India are beekeepers. Their major focus is on honey production, not the pollination part. So there are different crops which don't produce honey, but these crops also require pollination services, where beekeepers don't put bee boxes, just like onion seeds or mangoes. Globally, we are competing with Bee Hero. They have raised around 24 million. They are from Israel. And in Israel, you only get one species of honeybees. In India, you get 5 different species of honeybees. Currently, we are collaborating with ICAR and IARI and National Bee Board. And we are creating a platform, AI-enabled platform for the pollination services. And we are targeting FPOs, FPCs, seed companies, polyhouses, and organic farmers and national farmers. And we have already collaborated with Government of Maharashtra to skill upgradation. And they're also connecting us with different FPOs. And National Bee Board is also supporting us. And we are doing research with the help of seed companies as well as ICAR. Social impact, we touch upon 10 sustainable development goals. We are into honey conservation and saving biodiversity. Due to bees, we increase the production by 20 to 25%, depends upon the crops. Through this, we generate livelihood to beekeepers. And there's a gap between farmers and beekeepers. Farmers don't know much about honeybees. They don't know how to rear the bees, but beekeepers know how to rear the bees. So we are creating a bridge between them with the help of our technology. Our ask is 2 crore, and this would be utilized for marketing, team building, technical development, and research. We are a diverse team. I'm the founder of Bee Basket. I worked for 7 years on honeybees. Then Dhanashri Kirdat, she's doing research on honeybees, and Dhaval Jogi and Kalani Kulkarni. So these are our farmers. His name is Tanaji Raut. He kept our bee box inside a poly house. So within 10,000 square foot area, he got around 900 kgs of cucumber just 2 months ago inside a poly house. And you got the result within 5 days. The cucumber you can see in 5 days. Before that, what was happening? Flowering was happening, but fruiting was not happening due to lack of pollination inside a poly house. We have received many awards. Our story has come in various media houses. Thank you so much. And these are some research paper on onion seed, pomegranate, watermelon, and all with the help of stingless bees. I'm open for the questions. Thank you so much.
Open for the questions.
I have 2 questions. One is, what made you become a bee specialist? Because I don't know any bee specialist, so I'm just curious. And the second question is, what's your cost in pollinating somebody's polyhouse? What is your cost?
Okay, so I work on honeybees. I started from the conservation of honeybees. Later on, farmers started contacting us for bee boxes. Do you have bee boxes? Because there are good awareness about honeybees. even in the farmer community, and in pomegranate, on onion seeds. So they started contacting us for the bee boxes. So this is how we start working on honeybees. This is the first answer. Second is how we generate revenue. Is it? Okay. So we take around 1,500 to 2,500 per box per month. My cost is a transport and salaries to people. And if we go into like Uber like model, we require money for the development of the platform. Yeah.
Today, what are owners of polyhouses doing when they don't have access to, say, pollination services?
Okay, so there are two types of seeds these farmers get. One is a self-pollinated, other is cross-pollinated. Even if you keep these bee boxes in a self-pollinated crops, it increases their productivity. Okay, cross-pollination, if they don't keep bees, they don't get any output, sorry. But if they also put bee boxes, even the self-pollinated crops, they will get an increase in the crop.
So then what is the sell to your customer that you're going to see, say, an increase of what in the agricultural outcomes?
Okay, so usually like we find an increase in around 20 to 25% in the crop. And what is happening, just like cucumber, you might have seen the picture. If cucumber is not properly cross-pollinated, you might have seen the different shapes of cucumber, right? Somewhere it is in a bigger in size, somewhere in a smaller in size. But if cucumber is cross-pollinated, I'm just giving an example. It is a properly shaped cucumber. Same thing happened with the brinjal as well as other crops as well. And you also get better seed quality due to cross-pollination.
I have a question as well.
I don't know if we have enough time
Yeah.
for, like, because this has to be shorter.
Quick
I make it
question.
fast?
Yeah.
The thing is, how do you make money if the farmer is not able to provide that cost? Do you also have a model of sharing of crop or something, crop benefits?
Yes, in
Profit
fact,
share?
farmers are demanding bee boxes for pollination as an input, because many farmers in Maharashtra, and they demand bee boxes for pollination, just like pomegranate, onion seeds, right? Apart from that, our startup is also selected by Government of Maharashtra for a smart agtech program. So what they do, so if this cost is around 100 rupees for pollination services, so Maharashtra government is trying to provide around 50 to 60% of that amount. They want to subsidize that amount with the help of World Bank.
Subsidies sounds always good. Let's get as much subsidies as we can and get more bees out there.
Yes,
So
yes.
thank you to Amit. Next
you.
up, we have Sumit Saxena from EcoChar.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Sumit Saxena, co-founder of EcoChar LLP. So we are utilizing organic waste for a chemical-free and antibiotic-free food chain. So we are providing a single solution for multiple problems. Like first is forest fire in Himalayan belt. Pine needle waste. These are the main causative agent for forest fire in Himalayan belt. Second problem is ammonia and antibiotics. So as a doctor, we are focusing on antibiotic resistance. Excessive use of antibiotics in livestock farming is responsible for development of antibiotic resistance in humans. And third problem is need of good biostimulant, and all biostimulants are very expensive for farmers. So we have a single solution. We are polymerizing these pine needle waste to develop two base products. These are biochar and wood vinegar. From these biochar and wood vinegar, we are developing different agriculture inputs like feed additives for poultry bars, fish and pig grease, and litter beddings to absorb ammonia in boiler farm, these poultry farms. We are also developing feed acidifiers and plant growth promoter that are biostimulants. So these are some results of our clinical trials and field trials. As a role in feed additive, we are getting 25 to 30% extra growth with the same feed, and it enhances the protein digestion, improves feed conversion ratio in animals. We are also getting larger size of eggs, number of eggs also increases, thickness of eggs also increases, and average weight of initial egg laying cycle is around 65 to 70 grams per egg. You can see the result in germination. It is providing around 99% germination rate and chlorophyll content production. Our biostimulant is increasing chlorophyll content in leaves, and due to increase in chlorophyll content, there is increase in yield of plants. So these are results of our pest repulsion or fungicidal effect of our products. So the current biochar market globally is around 4.2 million USD. Biostimulant market in India is also around 60 million USD. And feed additive market globally is around 25 billions. Currently, we are targeting market of Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh for feed additives, and total requirement for that market is around 22,400 tons per annum. And the key drivers for biostimulant and biofertilizer market are need of organic food. So as far as competition is concerned, for our all products in feed additive, biostimulant, biofertilizer, feed acidifier, all products are cost effective. They cost around 1/4 of other products cost. So, for example, we are providing biostimulant at a cost of 200 rupees liter, while other biostimulant costing around 1,000 to 1,400 per liter. So currently, actually, we are not, our all products are not in market due to some certification issues. So we are in this year, we are expecting a revenue of 8 lakhs. And by the 2023, we are expecting 45 lakhs by then, because we are expecting our certification. So we are sequestering carbon, reducing emission of methane and ammonia from dairy farms and poultry farms. We are improving compost and soil quality, reducing use of chemical and antibiotics in farming. So we are combating the most important antibiotic resistance problem. We are also increasing incomes of pharma. So we are a team of doctors, biotechnologists, engineers. Our founder, Dr. Megha Saxena, is of alumni of AIIMS New Delhi. So we are asking around 1 CR for plant and machinery and for testing and certification. Thank you. Open for question.
So again, questions and comments are available.
So Sumit, biochar market is very well established.
Yes, sir.
But wood vinegar market is not that established, even in India. I mean, I've seen globally it is quite a well-known. So what are your strategies for increasing that market penetration or visibility and all?
So there is a problem actually with wood vinegar in practically. Its concentration depends, its uses depends on its concentration. Like in a ratio of 1:50, it acts as a weedicide, and at a concentration of 1:300, it acts as a fertilizer. So basic problem actually it occurs with the farmers, and they don't know how to dilute this wood vinegar, right? So if they use it in improper concentration, it acts negatively. So what we did, we developed some formulation from the wood vinegar, like feed acidifiers. We can use it for as a feed additive in livestock farms. It increases protein digestion.
What I'm asking you is that you have all the solutions.
Yeah.
How will you propagate
Actually,
these solutions?
we are formulating according to the use. Like for pesticide, it's in different concentration with some other ingredients. For fertilizer, it's with peptides and all other things.
My suggestion is that you should take the route of FPOs, because there it will be, much faster. Propagation will be much faster. It will be vernacular language, medium that you have to use, Hindi, for example, for the Hindi medium states and all. And then you will reach faster,
Yes,
because these are the things which are requiring long-term, long-term benefits are there, but this requires very intensive amount of working on the ground. And that you can do it faster by working with FPOs.
Yes. Thank you.
One additional question? All right, well, then we want to thank you so much for sharing about your
Thank you.
EcoChar.
Thank you, everyone.
And we will invite Vinod Raj from St. Jude Herbals to present.
Hello, everyone. I'm Vinod Raj. I'm co-founder at St. Jude's. We offer one-stop solution for all plant diseases. So the problem statement we address is plant diseases. It causes around $220 billion worth of crop loss every year and is considered as a threat to food security. Whereas a supposed solution for this problem, the fungicides has been causing problem of its own, affecting everything from soil to air, and is basically a cidal formulation, a formulation meant to kill. Whereas from a farmer's perspective, he has to buy fungicide to protect his crop because he had no other alternative. But this approach itself is wrong, because using fungicides, we are trying to create a barrier or a wall around the plant so that the pathogen wouldn't reach the plant, which is basically like wearing PPE kit, which we know is temporary. So we offer vaccine equivalent for plants. Our product works like the vaccines we take and activates immunity in plants so that the plant can start defending itself. Moreover, it costs 50% less than the current alternatives, increases yield by minimum 30%, and there is no side effects even if it's consumed. So how does it work? It works in a 5-fold pathway to activate systemic acquired resistance, a kind of plant immunity, a robust untargeted immunity in plants, and it increases the production of certain enzymes and hormones in plants so that the plant becomes capable of defending itself. This will not only make plant capable of defending from biotic stresses, but it also provides ability to defend itself from abiotic stresses, more specifically drought, against which we have done trials. So the business model, we follow two different business models. One is consumer focused, where we pack it under our brand and sell it directly to the customers through different revenue channels. Currently, this is active in Aracanut, coconut, and farmer on trial basis. But the future, as we consider it, is manufacturer focused. That is, we want to white label our formulations to the existing companies to make a formulation of their own so that we can reach more farmers more fastly. So the market potential is huge, considering it's directly connected to the food consumption, but our target market of entry is to cater to those farmers who are actively looking for an alternative solution, maybe because of no current alternatives or unsatisfactory result from the current alternatives. Unfortunately, there are a lot of agriculture crops today that has such problems. Also, the current market condition calls for an biofungicide with no environmental footprint, which kind of exactly matches the description of our product. How are we different? So the existing alternatives can be grouped into three: chemical fungicides, bio-derived fungicides, biocontrol agents. So the main differences I want to point out is that not only we prevent plant diseases, we can also cure plant disease as long as the plant is alive. And also, we, as I previously mentioned, we also protect it from abiotic stress. And also, every fungicide today is pathogen focused. That is, it focuses against one certain pathogen. And if farmer has to use different fungicide for different diseases, but in our case, we are targeting a plant. So one product is more than enough for all the hiccups that it faces in its journey. So this slide basically shows the price difference between existing alternatives and us. On average, it costs around 25 to 50% less than the current alternatives. So the current progress is that we have an average monthly revenue of 1.5 lakh. And what I want to point out here is that we have been spending just 3.1% towards advertising. It's not much, and we have not been exactly advertising as we were in the product development. And also, the newer regulation that has come in. Previously, this was a gray area. Whatever that wouldn't be called as a insecticide or fungicide was a gray area. But now we have a regulation to regulate this, and we have capacity to tap into the existing supply chain to get this to the market. And the impact mainly comes from the fact that we substitute pesticides in farming, decreases expense towards plant protection, increase the yield, and also there is no side effects associated. So that basically we support a sustainable agriculture. Like we were named as the most promising agri startup by NABARD. We were finalists of National Startup Awards, and we also won National Youth Awards. So we were also listed among top 50 best youth-led startups in SEO region and was part of delegation from Startup India to SEO. We have a very good team, a passionate and experienced team with experts from agriculture, chemistry, business, and operations. And as I mentioned, we are supported by a host of institutions throughout India, sharing our common goal of making agriculture profitable, sustainable, and easy. We are looking to raise 1 CR in next 1 year, and most of that would go into our operational expenditure. Thank you so much, and I'm open for questions.
Well, thank you for all you're doing for the land and for farmers. And do we have questions or comments for Vinoj?
So this biostimulant which you have, like you have a patent or something?
Yeah, the patent is in pending, and we are also filing other patent very soon. As this is a phytochemical formulation that we are working on, we want the patent to be very robust so that it can't be bypassed. So we are working on that.
Hi, one quick question. The effectivity of the product, does it depend upon the environment as well? Or I'm just trying to understand that there are a lot of hydroponic solutions as well, which are coming in the market.
Right. I
So,
totally understand.
yeah.
So yes, I mean, it depends to a fairly extent on the soil health of the plot, in the sense, what's the nutrient availability of the plant. So if a plant is weak, there is we can't actually activate immunity. The same is in case with human beings as well. But environment as such won't impact the plant, but the application of the product will be impacted in the way the plant has been brought up since the beginning. So the maximum application that we suggest is thrice in a year, but there are plots today that uses only once in a year, and there are also plots that uses twice in the year. So the application will be impacted by the environment, and soil health is mandatory.
Okay, that looks like that might be all the questions. So we want to thank you once again, Vinoj.
Thank you so much.
And we'll call to the top here, Gunajit Brahma from Jivansh Eco Products. It's bringing up a few of it. And I also want to remind any of the panelists and also people online that we have these QR codes, and for the people online, a link in the chat box. This could be a good time for you to scroll through on your phones, and we have some very simple questions for each of the companies there. If you want to be in touch with them or not, you can hit yes or no before submitting that. So there's a couple of QR codes on your table. Thanks. Go ahead.
A very good evening to all of you. I'm Gunajit Brahma, co-founder and managing director of Jivansh Eco Products Private Limited. We are a company based out of Guwahati, and we are solving the problem of smallholder farmers of the region. This is the example of Mr. Upendra Abha. He is a progressive farmer, and he started cultivation of black rice with a single grain of paddy of black rice way back in 2010. We intervened at the time when he was growing around 10 kg, primarily as a seed, and then helped him reach to around 100 metric ton production. And we sold almost every single paddy of it. So that's why I could not bring the product over here right now, because we have already sold out. So we have order generated for the next coming season, which will be in January and February. So similarly, we are working with other smallholder farmers across the region and bridging the supply and demand gap. The organic food market the organic food market is growing in India around 25% CAGR. Right now, it's just 1.5 billion. When subsequently, it is going to become around 5 to 6 billion in the coming years. With COVID, it has increased more, the demand of product. So the idea came in 2011 when I was studying as a student in the dorm rooms of Indore, and we are right now doing export of organic product from the region. We were the first company to have exported certified organic products, few of unique products from Manipur as well as in Meghalaya. And then we have certification for India, US, and then for Europe, we are doing below MRL. And our product has been gifted to, current King Charles, who we have given the gift earlier in 2017. So these are few of the products which are GI product and unique to our region. So we are promoting mostly that. And how we do it, the business model is simple. We do a product identification based on our buyer engagement. Buyer are happy to wait for one season and then buy the product next season. So we do the lead generation, then the contract farming, where we train the farmers what needs to be cultivated, how much needs to be grown, and then finally the sales happen. So currently, our region of focus is 3 states in Northeast, where we're working with farmer collectives, FPO, FPCs, SSGs, and around 10,000 of them are smallholder farmers, tribal primarily, of which 40% are women. This is a team, primarily IIT and IIM graduates, team of professionals working towards betterment of the farmer community. So these are few of our clientele, primarily in the natural as well as organic range. Himalaya, we are doing regularly. ITC, we did are registered as a seller, but then the order processing is a little bit slow for them. Currently, in our Indian context, we have clients across all the regions of the Indian subcontinent. In the international market, we are currently present in Netherlands and United Kingdom. But then we have had forward discussions with clients in Germany, France, and Russian Federation as well. So the ask is for 2 crore or $250,000, for which we are planning to launch our own B2C brand, which will be a carbon neutral brand, which will have a physical presence, both physical as well as digital presence, with around possibility of selling minimum of 150 units, 150,000 units in the first year in the eastern region. So the product range or the logo would be like this. Already we are launching the natural range, which is mainly for the in conversion organic products, not for the certified organic. For certified organic, we will have the organic range as well. So yeah, these are the phase. One will be in the eastern part, Ranchi, and then subsequently we'll go to other places. These are few of the examples of retail store we have already identified and already done pilot for that. Black rice, we sent around 200 kg. It flew off the shelf. Within 2 days, we sold out everything. So we know that the demand is there. So this is the projected growth. Right now, since we are doing B2B, the sales are a little bit slower, and then most of our buyers are buying Indian as well as American standards. But for Indian market, we are focusing mainly on NPOP, which the government is also promoting. So we are hoping that with D2C at the end of the third year, we'll be doing around 85% of our sales through D2C platform only. So yeah, that's it for us. This is the SDG goal they are looking at. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Or if you want to see the product, I can come to show you. Yes. Yeah, as I mentioned, we started off at 10 kg with a single set of farmers, right? So, no, this is a collective. I mean, he started off as his own, but then now they are working as a farmer collective. Upendra Rabha Black Rice Producer Committee is the committee under which they have around, I think, 400 plus farmers right now where you're doing it. So the 100x is based on their example. For other farmers, obviously, the numbers will be lesser as compared to them. Average income would be around 4 to 5x typically for the group. Because see, everybody was selling in the local market. We gave them the opportunity to sell it in the domestic as well as international market with the bigger buyers. The bigger buyers, if the quality is matching, they are not, worried about the pricing. I mean, they're willing to pay a price premium even for B2B. So that's why we are trying to, tell the story. No, B2B, it's a sales, direct sales. Yeah. Yes, the main reason being we were doing okay, but then as I mentioned, most of our buyers are asking for both NPOP and NOP because most of our buyers are Indian buyers, but they are exporting their product. Like we have a discussion with Organic India. They want to sell their product not only in India, but also in US. So we need to get that certification. Problem is that the government of India is promoting the Indian organic standard, obviously. And then recently in September last year, Europe and America had banned organic products of India because of ETO, the ethylene dioxide, which is used in fumigation. Because of that, we realized that we cannot depend on our, buyers who are selling it to the international market. We have to also focus on Indian market to sell the domestic produce or in conversion produce. So with in conversion produce, which is for the 3-year duration time, we're helping the farmers sustain their income. And then subsequently, when the organic is happening, then anyway, it is going as an organic product. So that's how we are increasing the sales at that way. Anybody else? Okay.
No?
Yes, no, I don't know.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
thank you guys so much. And let me see. We got the applause. We got the applause. Let's see. Our final company today is Satendra Singh, who is coming at us from Chhattisgarh with his company called Bastar Se Bazar Tak.
आप सभी को नमस्ते। और सोशल एंटरप्राइज नेम इज द बस्तर से बाजार तक, बेस्ड आउट छत्तीसगढ़, उत्तर बस्तर। आई एम सत्येंद्र सिंह लिल्हारे, रिप्रेजेंटिंग our social enterprise बस्तर से बाजार तक. So let me walk through a brief story. This is the non-timber forest produced tree. Below the tree, there is a forest produced losses. In right side, in the Kurustikur village, 62-year woman old called Savitri Bai. She collecting this valuable forest produce and selling to the village level collection center, which is exclusively run and owned by group of women we call the SHG. Like Savitri Bai, we impacted 1125 smallholder tribal women farmer in 12 villages in 4 panchayat in rural North Bastar. So we are a for-profit social enterprise working on a post-harvest management of non-timber forest produce. Our target audience is landless women tribal farmers, physically disabled youth, smallholder tribal farmers, widows and old age women. And we are addressing the forest produce losses problem and rural unemployment problem. So we are reducing the forest produce losses, building the natural forest produce, and creating supportive and flexible 100 days assured employment to the smallholder tribal woman farmer. So what we are addressing the rural problem in rural North Bastar. So rural North Bastar, where NGOs and other agencies assistance is very limited, non-timber forest produce is the only option to livelihood to them. So this is the losses due to the perishability and lack of market access. So what we are doing, we are converting this valuable forest produce into the pulp, into the slice, into the briquette and powder. How? Through value addition, skill creation and employment generation. So if you look at the overall sector scenario in the state of Chhattisgarh and the India country, so near about 10.43 tribal population as per census 2011. Out of this, nearly 52% living in the forest areas, 92% population across the Chhattisgarh, around 44% forest area living in the North Bastar and South Bastar. If you look at the forest produce, so in forest area, there are 49 kinds of forest produce found in the forest area. We are working on a 4. If you look at the country level trade, around 20,000 crore rupees in the, and if you look at the trade value in the Chhattisgarh, so around 1,350 crore rupees. In next 3 years, we are planned to 0.5% up to the 6 crore rupees. So how we are doing this work? We have a village level, or we can say in the panchayat level collection center, which is exclusively run and owned by the group of women. From there, individual farmer collecting their forest produce, selling to this village level collection center. And we have a retail outlet in the urban area in Kanker. And we have a supplier, bulk supplier in manufacturer. And similarly, we are processing this forest produce. Our business model, not a top to bottom. Our approach is a bottom to top, like Amul 3-tier model. But right now we are in the village level. In next 3 years, we are in the district level, and later we are in the 4th, 5th, and 6th year, we are in the state level. So this is our financials. We incorporated our private limited company in September 2020. And that time our revenue around 13 lakh rupees. This year unaudited around in USD 32,000 USD. And end of this March, we are planning to close to the 1 crore rupees of revenue. We have a product line, Jamun, Amchur, Custard Apple, and Tamarind. By adding this product line, we are increasing our revenue. So this is our traction and impact. So we started with one commodity, custard apple. Right after that, we are added tamarind, mawa, jamul, and we impacted near about. We created 206 jobs in the processing, cumulative, and 39 jobs in the procurement in and marketing, and simultaneously residue. जो बोलते हैं ना आम काम गुठलियों का दाम, तो जैसे residual part of remaining we are converting into the biopesticide and biomanure. For that we converted 26 farmers in organic farming. This is our team. We have a local team because the reason of the geography. We have a diverse gender equality. They have a rich experience regarding local know-how geography. and women representative. We are working with nearly 90% plus smallholder tribal women farmer in whole our starting from procurement to processing to the marketing. Our mantra is a Gati, Badati and Pragati. Gati is the speed. If you understanding the community need and their choice, Badti means scale up and creating relationship with our stakeholder, then we are emerging change leader from the community. We thank you our partners like Upaya, Land Accelerator, NIAM, IGKV, Rabi, IIM Calcutta Innovation Park. And this is the geography, this is the email. Thank you so much. अभी जो हम बता रहे हैं ये है तो glimpses है कि how we are doing our work in the rural area. This is the geography कि चारों तरफ जंगल से घिरे हुए हैं where we are working. This is the awareness program. We are creating awareness through our farmers team की कैसे कैसे we have post harvest work को manage करना है. This is the learning. They are calculating calculators. पैसा गिनने का वो लोग सीख रहे हैं, वेट एंड मेजरमेंट सिस्टम सीख रहे हैं. कहने का मतलब है जो कि पहले चरिया जो होता है विदाउट वेट एंड मेजरमेंट दे आर ट्रेडिंग एंड आवर सिस्टम एंड अप्रोचेस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जो काटा होता है वेट एंड मेजरमेंट इस टाइप से है. दिस इज द ग्लिम्पसेस फ्रॉम द फील्ड. How we are started. This is the first year we started. This is the second year, and right now our work is ongoing. This is our buyers unit. This is the Tamarind initiative we started. This is the processing unit. ये seed है. 65-year-old women भी micro entrepreneurship we are creating in rural areas. ये उनका smile है. ये product images है.
Definitely a picture is worth 1,000 words. Thanks for sharing your gallery. And does anyone have additional questions for Satyendra?
आपका जो MSP है जो सरकार आजकल MSP पे ले रही है एमली एंड ऑल, तो आपका हाउ आर योर प्राइसेस कंपेयर टू MSP?
So MSP, central government and state government providing minimum support price on a tamarind. So we are purchasing above the MSP price from the farmers. Suppose there's 63 rupees per kg MSP for tamarind government provided last year. We are procured 68 rupees per kg.
Okay, maybe perhaps no additional questions, but we really thank you so much, Satyendra.
Thank you so much.
And at this time, we have concluded the pitches. I would like to invite Kavita Sharma up for some concluding remarks at our event today. Thank you, Kavita.
Thank you, Amanda. Now I would like to extend my formal vote of thanks to everyone who has joined us today and made this event successful. I, on behalf of Land Accelerator South Asia and WRI India, extend my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to all the investors who have spared their valuable time to listen to the entrepreneurs and have asked really insightful questions around their business models. I am grateful to the LA mentors also who have been interacting with these entrepreneurs and are helping them in refining their business models and scaling up. I'm extremely thankful to our cohort companies for joining the in-person impact days from different geographies all across South Asia. I also extend my special thanks to the WRI India team who have played an instrumental role in making this event possible. And I would like to quickly name my team: Ms. Hari Krishna Devi, Meenakshi Kakkar, Shweta Prajapati, for extending their 24/7 services to us, and everyone present over here for motivating the LA team and our entrepreneurs. I extend my special thanks to my colleagues Amanda, Fabiana, and Venkat from the global team for their genuine support in organizing this event. I also extend my special thanks to all our program partners, especially Sangam Ventures, Startup India, Invest India, and Agni, for their continuous support and encouragement in taking LA to the next level. Last but not the least, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ruchika Singh, Director of Sustainable Landscapes and Restoration, for her generous support and incredible guidance in planning and launching the Land Accelerator program, as well as organizing this event. With this, I would like to invite Venkat Iyer, Senior Manager, Restoration Finance, WRI, for sharing his closing remarks.
Thanks, Kavita. Well, first, I wanted to say how inspired I am after today. I mean, for a lot of presentations, when I think about a green India, a sustainable India, the people in this room are the people that are doing it. They're employing, supporting, investing in the marginalized, underinvested communities that are actually doing restoration, that are doing forestry. So I wanted to say a big thanks to all the people in this room, all the entrepreneurs and businesses in this room that are doing amazing work and will hopefully continue to do amazing work. So big round of applause here. Second, and this is personally to me, I think that some people say that having expectation is bad. I disagree. I like having expectations of people. I think that majority of people in this room, everyone in this room wants to make a difference. And to me, making a difference means investing in these entrepreneurs. We personally at WRI invest in many of these businesses in Africa with our work there. We have our own fund. And I personally think that you don't have to be altruistic, at least from a mentality perspective, to make a difference. You can make a deal with these entrepreneurs, and you don't necessarily have to give them the exact amount that they want. But just because it's maybe a more risky enterprise doesn't mean that you can't give them a slightly lower deal and see what they have to offer you. So at least what I say to the investors in this room is, take a look at one or two of the companies that you've seen today and look at their financials, evaluate them properly, but know that they're making a difference and they're actually doing the hard work on the ground. So I think we should cut them a little bit of slack, and at least from our part, as investors, take a look at what they have to offer on a daily basis. It doesn't have to be every single one. But I think that from an expectation perspective, I think that if we really want to make a significant difference from an impact investor perspective, or just to make a difference in landscapes, we have to invest in these businesses. Otherwise, no one else is really doing the work. So I would urge you guys, and my expectation is for the investors and maybe for the entrepreneurs too, to reach out to the investors. But there are deals to be made here. And again, as an investor myself, I would say that if you can find a deal that's legible, tangible, haggle a little bit, that's fine. But know that I personally have seen many viable business models here today, no less viable than any other model. So make sure that your voices are heard. Your voices were heard today. From an investor perspective, make sure that you reach out to the businesses because they're working really hard out there. I mean, sorry to say, well, many of us are in our offices, on a daily basis. These people are on the ground actually doing the real work. So I would definitely urge us to take a look at them more carefully. The last thing I'll say is the importance of restoration businesses. I think all of us know this kind of from a prima facie perspective. You've seen the benefits across the board with all those stuff you've seen on slides today, but benefits are there and it's real. I mean, our research has shown that every dollar invested in restoration gets between $9 and $12 back, whether it's a direct ROI, whether it's landscape benefits. So it's much more tangible than you realize. So when as an investor or as a practitioner, you're doing restoration, it means a lot to people. So you're investing and you're changing hundreds of livelihoods. It means a lot. So it means a lot for these people out here. And it means a lot for, I'm sure, you guys as well. So I'll stop there. I think at least what I've seen today is kind of a special event. I mean, a lot of people coming together for one place, but it's not the end. We have our Land Accelerator sessions every single year. We want to expand. You'll be seeing a lot more of these businesses down the line. We'll be connecting you to them as we go along. But please reach out to WRI India and us as well. We're here for you. We're here for the businesses. I always like to say that our number one clients in the WRI perspective are these businesses, are these restoration practitioners that are actually doing the work in the field. So it's not necessarily, we don't cater to our donors. We don't cater to our investors. We cater to these guys. So they're first and foremost in our strategy, and they always will be. So A big thank you to them as well. Thank you to the investors for coming out, and we hope to see you next year. Thanks.
Thank you, Venkat. And with Venkat's closing remarks, let's have a tea break, and we encourage networking, which is the last opportunity for today. And we are open to any questions or comments or feedback if anyone has regarding the event and these impact days. Please feel free to share with us. Let's have a tea break.
But I'm also asked to have everybody come up for a picture before the tea break. We had a picture before with just the organizers and the investors, but now that it's heard from everybody in the room, I think it would be appropriate if everybody came up for a quick picture, like with everybody. So if you can do that, then we'll head for tea. Working. Thanks.
Oh, they'll do it. They'll do it. Take it. All right.
Same thing. All the investors did this before, so we should be fast. Yes. All the entrepreneurs also know what to do. We we just want to have a picture with everybody as well. Come on up. What was it? There's something else.
And before we officially close, apologies, we would also like to sincerely thank the investors who have joined us virtually over the Zoom call. Special thanks to everyone, to our larger cohort and all the interested stakeholders who have signed up for the event. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we are looking forward to organize more such in-person as well as hybrid events. Thank you, everyone.
So last time I checked, pictures up here. So come on up here. You can keep talking to your people. Pictures up here. Last time I checked.